Overseas with it. Niggas claim they hot, where they money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where they money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where they money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where they money at? Yeah, niggas think they hot, where they money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where they money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where they money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where they money at? Yeah. Slipping on my pimpin', nigga, never that. Always had more women than bitches, nigga, roger that. Money is the root of all evil, get the fuck back. We been brainwashed from a fetus just to get scrapped, scratch that. Now I'm on a mission just to get dope. Physical or crypto, from the 9 to 5 or a kick dope. When shit get cold, like the hometown of Klitschko. Vladimir, your boys out of here with the sick flow. Now I ain't no rushing, but I'm rushing through this budget. I turn the booth into a gun, raise the way I'm busting. I cop the whole onion, then I got it from my cousin. In and out of traffic, toll tagger, we be hustling. I understand the shine first and realize your time worth. Can't be rich until you enrich your mind first. But I'ma be ignorant with my black ass and probably swipe my black card to blind black mask. Yeah. Niggas say they hot, where they money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where they money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where they money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where they money at? Yeah. Niggas say they hot, where they money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where they money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah. That moolah, that cheese, that fettuccine, that guala is what a nigga after, so holla at me tomorrow. I'm looking for investors to throw some bread at the startup. Straight to the top, I'm cream of the crop with the product. Money isn't everything, but in this society, you gotta have funds to have fun, so don't lie to me. 153 million the fucking lottery. World keep spinning, I just mold it like fucking pottery. Fuck that poverty shit, my niggas gotta get rich. Hip hop over everything like hippopotamus clicks. Niggas wanna hate, they be on some anonymous shit. People wanna relate, they wanna be a part of my clique. We are not with the shits, the toilet did not get fixed. All less fail, every door come off the hinge. $1 million in my bank account, the sweetest revenge. 75% in the savings, making some sense. Niggas say they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah. Niggas claim they hot, where that money at? Niggas then ran up in your spot, where that money at? Strippers don't know you in the spot, where that money at? Fuck you, and that fake watch, where that money at? Yeah.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God Killer in the house. We come to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Bobby banging this bitch. What's good, family, man? Y'all know what it is, man. We here, man, to keep the pendulum moving, making sure the balance is constantly restored on these YouTube streets, man. It's a lot of flagrant information out there, and now you either gonna blame the teacher or gonna blame the people. Who's really at fault for not understanding? What is it that you really want? Do you really want the education? Are you trying to fault the educational system you was raised up on? Or did somebody trick you into thinking that the educational system that you was raised up on was completely faulty and didn't give you what you were supposed to get? So these questions need to be really answered. The answers aren't that complex. First of all, things aren't perfect. Human beings don't make perfect things. Totally fallible. Educational systems aren't perfect. Totally fallible. The racism, white supremacy has been on par since we first were snatched out of Africa. But with all these things, we are here to participate in the damn game, not sit back and watch the game go by. Not here to make excuses. People want excuses. The brain wants excuses. It always wants to conserve energy. Did y'all see the show last night on the Pseudo Killers? Man, go ahead and like and subscribe. First of all, like and subscribe to the Community of Skeptics, then like and subscribe to the Pseudo Killers, man. High-level conversations go down. And so we was taught in this community, this loosely fit community called the Conscious Community, which is wild, that our educational system was faulty, that they didn't teach us certain things. But once you get sucked in and you get serious about your studies, you realize that that was the trap, and that was really the extraordinary lie that they was promoting. Because in actuality, your parents, your family are supposed to be part of your educational system. Communities mandate and determine what books should be in the school, how much money should be placed at the school. How many of your parents have actually donated to your local schools? You don't even know you can do it, but you actually can. Have to be a part of that all the time. So once you start blaming systems of their fault, when you know there's fault in these systems and you don't participate in it, then you're wild. At a certain point, the hunted has to stop making excuses and become the hunter. And so this community that we call the Conscious Community, with hyperbole, extraordinary claims, was really an extra wild situation for all of us who was raised to respect education. Because in this community, there is no respect on education. There's no respect of expertise. There's no understanding of expertise. I can give you a simple test to show you how wild that we can be. So I'll do this. I'll make a simple thing. And this is the shot at Asar Pseudo Hotep. Now, why would I be calling that? Because he's just that. Because he's claiming to be able to do this. Watch this. This is something Mika can't understand. I see you, Mika. I see you. This is what you can't understand, Miss Mika. Watch this. This is a very simple thing. This is not even complicated, and it's not hard for us to understand. You can simply pull up Encyclopedia Britannica. Watch how easy this is, and watch how everybody swear that I'm just picking. Watch this. This is very simple. It's called an encyclopedia for a reason. For a reason. The reason ain't for you to just throw it in the garbage and think it's not accurate. Nothing is perfect. So watch this. I'll hit the present screen. Watch this. And I'll show you the Encyclopedia Britannica. Very simple. Right here, it says Afro-Asiatic languages. Now, if you're sitting there thinking that they make encyclopedias a lie and to confuse black people, then you actually have been tricked, because this is a global encyclopedia. People from all around the world read this. This is what it says. It says fact-checked by editors of encyclopedia. And you can get into the details of what type of experts they have fact-checking this information. They're going to be far greater than any one person in the conscious community by them damn selves. Trust me with that. There's strength in numbers. It says Afro-Asiatic languages, also called Afro-Asian languages, formed Semitic, Hamitic, or I can't even read these, Erythrean languages. Erythrean languages. Interesting word. It's a languages of common origin found in the northern part of Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and some islands and adjacent areas in Western Asia. About 250 Afro-Asiatic languages are spoken today by a total of approximately 250 million people. Numbers of speakers per language range from about 150 million, as in the case of Arabic, to only a few hundred, as in the case of some Kushite and Chadic languages. It says the name Afroasiatic gained wide acceptance following the classification of African language proposed in 1955 to 1963 by an American linguist, Joseph Greenberg. Scholars in the former Soviet Union preferred to call these languages Afroasian. Now, the reason they call it Afroasian or Afroasiatic because the purported origin is in Africa first. That's why they put the Africa first. And then it migrates into Asia. Later on, I'll pull up a scientific article that shows you that the languages start right down there in that purple area. In the foothills of Ethiopia. We heard the elders talk about the foothills of Ethiopia. And there's certain ways you can tell. So the purple, this is where it starts at, and it ends up in Egypt, through Sudan and Egypt, right? All out here in Syria, Jordan, and those areas where they call those Afroasiatic languages. Egyptians did not speak a Semitic language. The Hebrews speak a Semitic language. It's all here for you. We have people in this community that are claiming to defeat this system. It's the most wildest thing to me. This ain't even a complex study. This is very basic for the basic person to understand this. Why they fight you for this, I just don't know. Nor can I actually understand it. But it's the Afroasiatic languages, that's what they call it. Now, if you come behind this and want to change the whole scholarly process, then you got to come with more than a half a book. Bits and pieces of this and bits and pieces of that and YouTube videos to overthrow this encyclopedia. This is established knowledge and wisdom on planet Earth. They're not playing with y'all. They're not letting y'all just run amok. And so when we say, well, wait a minute, let's just stand pat. Let's just do this right here. It's important for our education to be able to understand exactly what an encyclopedia is and what it brings to the table. Because if you don't understand this, right, then pseudos like this can get you. Watch this. This is very basic. At this point, we should all just sit back and say that it is what it is. Now, if you are you want to be super intelligent and you want to challenge this, then there are means to challenge this. The challenge does not come from YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Me sitting in this seat, right? One, I do not have the authority to challenge it. Why? How do you get the authority, Brother Ankh, aka God Killer? How do you get the authority? By being qualified. Well, how do you get the qualifications? It's called go to college and universities. It's called be a part of the process. You can't just holler, I'm a linguist, or holler, I'm a scientist, and run your mouth. That's a recipe for flim-flammery. Flim-flam bam boom. That's a recipe for high-level pseudo-isms. And I guarantee you that the high-level pseudos, they do this. Europeans have high-level pseudos that actually go to college and they can't make it in the college world, so they write their own books and flim flam bam bam boom you. But in this community, they don't even make it to college. And when I say these things, y'all think I'm hating. Oh, you hating pseudo Asahotep. Oh, you don't. That's not the truth. I'm simply saying that people are trying to go against established knowledge and wisdom without real accuracy that at least we could check. See, we can check the accuracy of the encyclopedia articles. We can see who actually wrote it. We can see the steps they went through to get it. We can go to the major universities. All major universities agree to that right there. That's the consensus on the issue. It's not even, we make these things too hard, man. And friendships fall apart, all because they're trying to flim-flam. And then you got the high-level flim-flammers, like this guy. And he does the same thing. He goes against all established knowledge and all established wisdom. And he do it right in front of your face. This guy right here. Billy the pseudo. Billy the Pseudo, right in front of your face, will say wild things like this. Look, let me see.
The thing is, they've programmed themselves genetically in a way now to where they're indistinguishable. They could be. The thing is, they've stuff like that. Continents, yellow, and they, I believe that there's other beings here already, and
us, and if so,
it works very well because as soon as somebody says pseudo, what you're trying to accomplish, what you're trying to seek out, and it really is actually a spell.
Or pseudo, and when people throw it around all the systems, they call it pseudo. Another civilization and didn't understand. That's a Greek word, and anything on my channel, King Simon Present, shameless plug.
Yeah, so King Simon is a damn pseudo, and he's a pseudo promoter, high level enabler, high level enabler. So watch him try to play with the word pseudo. This is the jargon I've heard early in the game, where you blame white people or you blame a situation that will counter the actual meaning of the word. So the situation is what? The situation is this. He's trying to say that the reason the word pseudo is in play is because Europeans or somebody came into the culture and didn't understand it and said, that's a lie. That's essentially what he's saying. Yo, we're going to break everything down now. We just got to. We actually have to, right? Because they crooks and they're merciless. They have no mercy on your psyche. They don't actually care. They just want to talk you to death. They just want to lie, cheat, right? They want to disable you and put you in a position to follow crazy people. Let's keep going. Smooth work right here. Man, check this out, man. Shout out to everybody. And I just wanted to come in hot this afternoon.
But I explained it on my channel that that's a Greek word. And anytime Greek went into another civilization and didn't understand anything or the spiritual systems, they call it pseudo.
Right.
So what do you think about that word pseudo? And when
So that's wild. If they didn't understand it, they called it. That's why they called it pseudo, because they didn't understand it. See how he's setting you up for the knockout punch from Billy the Pseudo with the shades on. Malachi York wore the shades. You can't see his eyes. Adds a mystery to it. Watch out for the sunshade wearing niggas in the middle of the day inside the building, just having fun. I ain't saying you in the club where you don't want peace. I'm saying when you talking to a group of people and you're shaded up. Wow. Let's come to the word real fast to see how he just made it up. See how this is simple. Here we go. Pseudo. It's a prefix from the Greek. Pseudos, false. So he's basically trying to say that when the Greeks came into a culture that they didn't understand, they said that was false. Anybody that studies Greek culture understand that, one, that's not how it worked. Now, the same people that claim, watch this, y'all. These are the same people that claim that Egypt or Africa gave the Greeks most everything. Let's really think. So if the Nile Valley Africans gave the Greeks everything, because that's what they teach, right? Then how can you make a statement of the Greeks coming in saying that's all false? Then why would the Greeks accept false information then and then turn around and use it? Doesn't make no sense, because they want to take the credit. So then that's why they said it was false. Then they stole it. Right. That's why y'all wow. And I'm not particularly talking about the audience. I'm talking about the damn pseudos that's hiding in the bushes. I'm talking about the pseudos that's probably writing something wild in the chat right now. Used to mark something that is superficially appears to be or behave like one thing, but it's something else. That's what they're saying. I'm going to say this again. Is used to mark something that superficially appears to be or behaves like one thing, but is something else. The subject of content pseudo may connote coincidences, imitations, intentional deception, or a combination therefore. In scholarship studies, pseudo scholarship refers to material that is presented as, but is not, the product of rigorous and objective study or research. Pseudo archaeology, pseudo history, pseudo linguistics. This your man Asar falls right here. He falls into pseudo linguistics, pseudo scientific language comparisons, folk linguistics. This your man Asar pseudo hotep. He's doing this to you. Why? Because an objective study of research, right, is not the product of rigorous and objective study or research. Why are you saying that man ain't rigorous? Because it's not objective. It's subjective. It's full of his biases. He's the one-man gang. He's the one guy saying it. It's right here in front of y'all face to see. And that's my man. And so now we really know what the word pseudo means. It don't mean what they saying because they playing with you and they promoting falsehoods. And Mr. Williams, pseudo Billy, he's promoting wild information. They all here doing it. Right here. Now watch this. So we seen, go back, how he made this up.
Anything or the spiritual systems, they call it pseudo.
Right.
So what do you think about that word pseudo and when people throw it around, the spiritual systemization, and didn't understand on my channel that that's a Greek word, and anytime Greek went into another civilization and didn't understand anything or the spiritual systems, they call it pseudo.
Right.
So what do you think about that word pseudo and when people throw it around all the time?
It's another way of putting a cap on people's consciousness and stopping them from wanting to reach higher realms.
Okay, here's the fake out. The dead leg. He throw the leg out there for you and get you. He's trying to say what we're doing is we're actually trying to stop you from reaching a high level of information. We're trying to block it. Later on, he will say we're trying to bring a spell, and it works. Right. See, I knew what I was doing when I promoted that term like that. I wanted to put a buffer in between real information, real teachers, and the wild teachers. I wanted you to focus in on it and see they know that, and so they're trying to counter it, but I won't let them do it. His claim is that when I bring up the Encyclopedia Britannica, that I'm actually trying to put a cap on the knowledge that Asar is bringing you. See the game they playing? And that's not remotely true. In reality, I'm giving you what the level is, trying to promote and show you what the level is and the mark you should shoot for. The mark ain't shooting for Asar pseudo hotep. The mark is shooting for the experts and being a part of the experts where you can bring valuable information to your community so that they can grow and prosper in generations going forward. That's the message. At least that's always been my damn message. It ain't never been about personality worship for me, because when I'm wrong, I'll just be wrong. Everybody listening to this information, these videos, right? I'm saying for me, I am dedicated in giving people that look like me reality. I'm not interested in breaking down your religious system. I only beat you up on your religious system when you try to use it against established knowledge, wisdom, and science and scientific literacy, because I clearly understand the winners since time immemorial were those who were more technically sound, that were educated, and were literate in understanding the natural world around them. So this man is playing. He's trying to undo it. Watch this.
As a way of using wordplay to cast a spell on you, to stop you from moving forward in what you're trying to accomplish, what you're trying to seek out. And it really is actually a spell. And it works very well because as soon as somebody says pseudo, it just knocks down everything. Yeah.
Yeah, see, when we say, yo, you pseudo, it puts the mark on you. It make people eyebrows rise. I remember being in an environment where the term wasn't even used. And we was on the Raw Squad show, and Clyde Winters came on. He was talking crazy, and it goes like, yo, that nigga pseudo. Now, we had talked about the conversations of pseudo and what it was having fun in the background in them days, right? But for the first time on the show, the Raw Squad show, man, this Gozy with Heart of a Lion attacked the elder. So that's the first time in the community where an elder was attacked in his face. And that's exactly how the shit should have went down. And he said, you pseudo, and he cussed him out. Now, he might not should have cussed him out, but, you know, he put the mark of pseudo on him. Clyde Winters had made a statement about a 350 million year old bowl in the United States, in America. He was promoting pseudoisms. And Gozy called him out for it. And I was like, got him. From that point going forward, I made it part of my life work to tag the damn pseudos so y'all could take y'all time, look at what they saying, and get them. So there's certain moments in these conversations that the new people coming in aren't aware of it. And we know the process is working of education and defining words because you got this guy right here, the Billy guy, Billy Pseudo, trying to fight back. You got King Simon, the Pseudo, trying to fight back by miseducating you again on the actual meaning of the word. One says the word means when the Greeks came in, they didn't understand it, so they said it was wrong. The other one says it's a spell. Because people is looking at these people saying, yo, you pseudo with that. See, the scientific literacy is starting to grow in our community. With programs that are in effect with the pseudo killers. Name the pseudo killers for a reason. I clearly understood, yo, that we need to kill the pseudoisms in our mind before we can actually move forward. Now we see that the program is starting to work. It's slow, but now we can see.
You see what I'm saying? That's why, Sanet, you had a question? I know you want to. I know you.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? We ain't seeing shit. He got a whole room full of people charging $50, $60 to get in the room, and they get bedazzled by the complete foolery. Because y'all want to believe. You want to think you better than you are without putting the work in. You ain't jumping nowhere. You ain't jumping past nobody. Ain't no jumping in the world we live in. Need accuracy, understanding, compassion, dedication. Before you do any passing of anybody. We ain't running around off of luck. Because even if you get lucky and get a position, if you ain't educated on, you'll lose that position very fast. You know what they say, a fool and his money leave real fast. But then he gets to talk about the aliens and all that nonsense, man. At high levels, though. He get millions of views. People call me all the time. What about the Billy Cup? What about the Billy fraud? It's a fraud. Huh. So this is where we at, man. I know I ran through that pretty fast and pretty accurate. Shout out to the people in the chat, man. Kent Logan. Kick door policy of the pseudo killers. I mean, he kicked the goddamn door in. Innocent people can be standing behind that door, but you're in the pseudo house. So when the door get kicked in, you get got. Kick door policy, which I'm a happy member of. Don't feel like playing with y'all no more. It's not even worth it. Y'all take advantage of us. The reason you supposed to be tuned in to the conscious community was for education. But the whole thing was you was miseducated. Let me say this real slow for you. I want to say this with accuracy and elegance, and I want to be able to say it with empathy, and I don't want nobody to misuse my words. when I came into this thing that I thought was knowledge and wisdom, I was in the count house. Anybody that sold dope, right, on levels know what the count house is. Count house is. So there's different houses you count your money at, right? There's different houses you bag your stuff at, right? Bag your drugs up at, right? There's different, and you rotate them. There's different houses where you keep the stash at. Different days you rotate. You have different houses. You pay the people rent for that month. Whatever, however it is a rotation system where the people with a stick-up man can't figure it out, and the guy daggone the police can't figure it out. Sometimes people in your own crew don't know. Only select people know. So I'm with my lieutenant. Just so happens this day we count money in his house. That was where we was making count. Just finished Shirley Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland. Fucking ask about me. It's in the hood. All right. So we count money. Probably count about the day's take might have been probably good day. It might have been about 20,000. One day's work, 20 stacks. We counting up, and I look, this nigga got a Malachi York book on the table. What's that? That's Malachi York. He in Georgia eating it. What? Yeah. Wop, whoop. I got videos of him. Yeah, so he pull out the video. Here, take that video, listen to him. I'm looking at the book. I'm thinking it was the Melanite children or some shit like that. Children of the Sun. Take that, read that, or whatever, nigga. But I was always reading books like, at that point, I was always an outcast because I was reading stuff like Anthony Broder, Nile Valley Civilization, all that stuff. I'm already reading that, and people around me think I'm tripping because, like I told y'all, like one of my first books was this, Mark Burnell's. It was actually the first one. It was this one. I got it when I went down to Maryland. I was drying out off of drugs, and I went. My man was in college, his first year of college. He let me stay with him for a month just to get myself together, and he gave me this book to read right here, Mark Burnell's book, Black Athena. Okay. And that's the first time I actually ran into a Dr. Ben video. I didn't even know about Dr. Ben. Even when I watched this shit, I didn't know. That's the first time I heard a person kind of confirm, but I couldn't get it on why there wasn't a God and how if it was, it would have been your mother and your father because they birthed you and they fed you. And the shit made so much sense and it blew my mind. And from that point, I was always searching, right? And when I ran into my man in the count house, and he bought the Malachi York thing out, and I listened to the video, and York was beating up the Bible. Then, for the first time, I was getting some answers based off of what Dr. Ben was saying. Now, when I had played the Dr. Ben video, they come out with these African statues and shit, and that's when I fell in love with Africa. These statues, I was like, man, that's old, that's ancient. And the first person that I thought was giving it to me was Malachi York. I didn't have a skill set yet ready to combat any of that. And the words that they were saying, well, you have been miseducated, but they didn't teach you in school. All these things was coming out. The first president was a black man. All these things was hit me, right? And as I started to absorb this information, right, I came stuck in a mental fog in a cult that was based off of wild information. But you don't know it's wild. The Anunnaki, the Anu, those that came to Earth in sets of 12, the 24, all this stuff. So I'm learning the Sumerian doctrine, the Mesopotamian doctrine. I'm learning about Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. I'm learning. I at least got the religious part down, right? Start to read the Bible from front to goddamn back. That's why I'm fluent with the damn Bible. And I know the Bible, you can make the Bible talk, meaning it's written in a way where it can mean a multiple things of wildness. That's why you should never get entrusted in that shit. It's a wild book of literature, and based off the translation, based off the words you're using, it can mean a lot of different things. And then the Baptist preachers can cut and paste the shit, like say Cool Dude. He cut and paste you on information. That's why we say, yo, read the whole damn thing. So I was learning. Didn't know about the conscious community yet. Boom. In the count house, get introduced to Malachi York. Bet life goes on. Now, I get out of the game. I come to Georgia, retired. Pocket full of money. Now I want to see this place that I read about while I was in the count house. Me and my uncle, we go to Eaton in Georgia, the pyramids. Bam, you hit that bend in Eaton in Georgia, you see these damn pyramids. You're like, damn, that's slick. You get there, very peaceful. It's all about reading and studying. This is not a, you got cults. I think Sonetta had the guy on there with the cult that was, they was very violent. The Hebrew Israelites, they was very violent people. That particular cult was violent. This cult was about reading. So what it did was it got me back into reading real heavy. Reading wild shit, but heavy. Truth and falsehood strangely mixed. And the way that man just kicked out the information, he was the high level guy. If you think your man Billy and the son of Miss Pseudos and what they doing, they ain't got shit on York, because York tapped into that inner African storytelling type of shit. Nigga could tell a story. Nice with it. Bullshit that you got. I have no protection against that, y'all. I'm thinking he coated with the black. He made all the figures black. And if you black and proud, I told you I was black and proud since I was 6. If you black and proud, then you thinking, okay, I got it. And they lied to us in school. So he bashed the educational system. He bashed the college system. Now, looking back, I see why he marginalized the education system in America and used, the racism and how we couldn't go to school. I see why now, because as they tear down the educational system, as they tear down the college system, you hear people like Seti say, we don't need to read books. We don't need to go to college. Seti has a college education, though. I bet y'all didn't know that. But as they tear down the college and secondary schools, tear all that down, right? They actually take away the weapons that you could actually use to combat that bullshit that they're giving you. What am I saying? We've seen people tear down Encyclopedia Britannica, and we've seen Negro opinions tear down Wikipedia. But why would they tear down Wikipedia? And why would they tear down Encyclopedia Britannica? And why would they tear down journals and science? You know why? Because that's the only tools that can stop their complete lies and pseudoisms. That's your only protection that you have against them damn charlatans. That's why. See, that those systems that I just mentioned, those books, Encyclopedia and Wikipedia, right? When I talk about colleges and universities, whether it's the University of Maryland, the University of Morgan State, whether it's black colleges, whether it's the mid-range colleges, JUCO, whatever the fuck, these colleges and universities are systems of organized information that will stop these wild niggas from getting you. That's why it's so prevalent in the conscious community to laugh at what I do, to spit at what the pseudo killers do, to joke people that say, I don't believe that shit. Because now they know you got the tools to say, yo, that's some bullshit. That the Anunnaki is simply a Sumerian story, fucking mythology. And you're using it, you're making it real. Those people back in that day wasn't using the way you trying to use it. And more, by the way, the Elohim, the Adonai, the El, all that is the vision of human beings in their mind making up shit. But you're taking mythology as well. It was the ancient civilization. They was great. They flew around. You're lying and you're cheating and you're damn pseudo. So that's why the conscious community bash you for using real tools. Because it's the ultimate weapon against these niggas. That's why the scientific literacy, they right, because now I am literate. Now I understand how the elements come together. So when Sekou say they don't know about matter, he lied through the whole damn debate about matter. They don't know about matter. The white boy don't know about matter, but our spiritual African system know about matter. Nigga, shut up. It's the Big Bang. It's the Big Bang, nigga, is where, quote unquote, matter comes from. Like pop stars, not a singer, but pop stars, first generation stars, right? Where certain elements are produced, hydrogen and helium and a little bit of lithium. And then the next generational stars start to form the other elements. Shout out to Anthony Bowman, Space Age African. Shout out to all the pseudo killers dedicated in conversations that will allow you to navigate through the real world, not the fake YouTube world they making up. Not when you got fake wild friends on YouTube. See, I got a lot of fake wild friends on YouTube. Nigga, I'm with the game. If you think I'm really your friend, you got me effed up. I'm playing it like y'all playing it, my niggas. Just for the record. Just so y'all know who you looking at. I'm playing like you playing. I'm finessing like you finessing. I'm right there with you. Yeah, you my boy. You my boy. Yeah, you my boy. I'm your boy. Yeah, we your boy. And then y'all bite me in the back. See, that's how they play it on YouTube. See, I'm a Baltimore guy. I run with the wolves. Chill with the homeless. And love the people. Always trying to finesse They trying to finesse pseudoisms. They trying to finesse this. They trying to fake y'all every angle. Every conversation is a potential angle to pull you away from the real education. That's why I be catching them. I'm like ahead of these guys. It's like a great hitter in baseball. A great hitter in baseball. His last resort is to guess what the damn pitch is. But he watching the pitches wind up. He study film. When he wind up this way, he gonna throw. I see his fingers. When he wind up this way, he want to come with the heat. I see how his fingers is placed. I see the stitches. That's why pitchers try to hide the ball. And at the last minute, they show. But nigga, when you show, I'm locked in because I've already watched film on how when you showing like this, it's a fastball. When you showing like this, it's a curveball. I see the way you holding it, you breaking pitch. And I see it's a breaking pitch, so I already see it, and I'm holding the bat back. I'm stepping, but I'm keeping the bat back. So when I put that barrel of the head out, I got you because the motherfucker is coming slower than it looked. So I gotta hold back, but I still gotta start. I gotta start the bat moving. I hold and I see it. That's how I do niggas in conversations. Oh, I see you throwing a curve. I'm gonna knock this out the park, though. Go back and listen to this conversation with Polite, Divine. I'm beating the shit out of Polite. Polite using a tactic where he does not breathe when he talks. Human beings, when you pause, that's when the nigga jump in the conversation. Boom. Polite has mastered never breathing. He be breathing, but he keep talking, so you never get in. So you gotta say, nigga, shut up, let me get in. Oh, Unc, you being rude. No, nigga, he's using a tactic. So I gotta use a tactic against the damn tactic. Most of y'all not even understanding how they playing with your brain. That's why that conversation yesterday was so high level, because we're getting into how the brain works and how people take advantage of that. Interesting. So the conscious community, their whole deal is to take tools away from you that will catch them. AE, your man, your slick dude with the hat back was 24 hours out of a goddamn day. With the fake school, that guy. He wants to marginalize real education. He wants to make it sound like he got the education, but yet he's trying to rob niggas. See, you should get what I'm saying. Q Butter is scamming. And you should understand why he's scamming. He is scamming because if I am educating children, I need to be their example. Kids never listen to what you say. They peep what you do. They hear you talking, see what you're talking about. Okay, dad, okay, you saying don't slap a woman, but every time they turn around, you slapping your damn wife. Or you slapping your girlfriend. Okay, you say you educating this is about black excellence, but you talking about robbing people who we can look it up. This dedicated, like Dr. Oyama, yeah, she's dedicated to the struggle for real. Brother Ankh, dedicated to making sure y'all get the tools to get these pseudos, the pseudo killers, all of us Dedicated to that. Absolutely dedicated to that. To our damn fault. To the point where they can take advantage of it. And this man said he gonna rob me and I can't sell no RBG shit. Wow. The nigga ain't said nothing to Nike or Adidas. These niggas sell red, black, and green all day long. And oh, by the way, who the hell is he to tell anybody how to represent the red, black, and green? Last time I checked, the red, black, and green has been misrepresented by a bunch of damn charlatans in these days. By a bunch of people who's using outdated data. So I ain't never knocking the red, black, and the green. I ain't never mad at the very nature and idea of Pan-African movement. I ain't tripping. I'm saying you talking some shit that was in the 70s and the 60s that didn't win against racist white supremacy, and you bringing that shit forward saying the same thing, so much so that you could look in our face during the most trying time. 100 years the damn pandemic come through. That's a long time. Your grandmother ain't seen one. Your great-grandmother may have seen one. And sure as hell, none of y'all Negropeans have seen anything remotely close to a pandemic. And you got people representing the red, black, and green. You got people that claim like Cuba claim to represent scientific literacy. He claimed to teach the babies that, but he the main one talking about them vaccines ain't safe. I'm talking about the COVID. Man, shut up. You're not representing science. You're representing your own bias that you have. But see, y'all don't catch that. So how can you be dedicated to educating black people when the things you're using is very faulty? Another issue. Here's an issue for you. I'm scientifically literate, but I ain't messing with white people. Now, look, I ain't one to argue with you about if you want to mess with white people or not. If that's how you feel, then I feel like that's your right. That's your inalienable right to pick and choose what group of people you want to deal with. Now, I choose to nurture the black community. But I hope my message is so powerful that other people gravitate to it. Now, Q-Butter, I don't know what he doing. Because when you say you scientifically literate, and then the next statement is, I don't mess with white people, then I'm saying, that's to tell. He's not really meaning it. Why am I saying this? Let's say, by some stroke of luck, that he educates a group of black kids to the level where now they time to go to school. They're going to get a white teacher somewhere in there if they're trying to get the level. And oh, by the way, are you to say I'm not learning anything from white people? See, so he actually places one of those false barriers again. He's actually capping your education by even making that statement, because there's going to be a Japanese math teacher. There's going to be something as you go to the best schools or try to do something. There's going to be that there. And oh, by the way, if you happen to be a scientist, make it to that, you're going to have to get critiqued by different races of people by the very nature of the universality of science. There's no way to do it. Now, white people could pull it off early on because by sheer numbers in the population, by having enslaved one number, but white people practice the damn thing. And even when they tried to practice, I ain't gonna deal with no black people, they still had to deal with the little bit of black people that had got educated in that. They still couldn't get back past that. So what makes you think that Q-Butter with his wild ass messages can get past that? So even if you did get the kids to the area where they could be literate in science, right, and they produce a scientific paper, then who the hell gonna look at it? Because when you send out your research, you send it out in the blind. What am I saying? They don't know who the hell the paper coming from. They don't know what race, color, creed is coming from. They're looking at the data. So you're gonna get judged by your peers, quote unquote your peers, right, in science of the world, who are in those fields of experts, and they come in all colors and creeds. So when you tell us that you're not dealing with none of that, we really know that you have set up a program of failure. See how easy and clear that is? Because you can't pull it off, bro. White people with the numbers Well, 250 million white people and 35 million black people. By sheer numbers, they couldn't even pull it off. You would always be a black person to pop up that was better at the said subject that you had to go through. General Electric. We know the stories. Black inventors. They had to go through black people, and whether they stole this shit or not is a different thing. Lewis Latimer, the filament, the light, right? And he was black. And he worked for General Electric. So even in a wild racism, they couldn't do it. So what makes you think that we could do it? And we got sheer numbers of very, very minuscule of us being in science. It's not real, y'all. And I'm tired of this, bro. I'm tired of playing with y'all, man. Like I'm a serious dude, and y'all taking that away from me, man. And I don't appreciate that. All the fake people that act like you my friend, but yet, watch this. It ain't about me, dog. When I call you fake, this is what I mean. I mean that you coming like, yo, I'm about that life of making sure that our people got real information. That's when I'm loving you. I'm saying, okay, that's when we connect. And then you turn around and fuck with dudes that ain't about that life. That's about that wild shit. I'm gonna rob you. And you sit up on their panels and you keying and laughing and it's fun. Then I'm saying you're not a real one then. Just say for real, Unc, I'm here, yo, to have fun when I get off of work. Then I can understand it. But when you say that you here and you serious about educating your people, then I look at you different because that's the dude I am. Like, I'm serious about this. Nigga, I sacrificed my family life fucking around with these wild ass niggas around here. Did y'all know that? Caring about people who don't really care about me. So now I got to protect myself. So I'm letting y'all know, I don't even care if you support me like that because I know I got the real shit. Just like in Baltimore, Maryland, I know I had the best dope. All I had to do was be on time, be on schedule, protect the shit, right? Treat people right, and the shit was rolling. Nigga, if you wasn't on code, you wasn't on program. I'm gonna say on program. I don't want to use on. If you ain't on program, I don't gotta fuck with you. That's why I ain't gotta mess with Chief X. Nigga not on program. He don't know how to admit when he wrong. He don't have no empathy. He talks shit about the women. That's why would I go over there? He not on program. What's the program? The program is to really give us education that will help us compete. It's not about my personal shit. It's not if you like me, if you like my finesse game, if I crack a good joke. No, for me, it's actually about bringing real information. And it's not me. Yeah, everything I say, I'll show you. This is how the experts use it. This is what it is. I thought that's how you build real strong communities. Just put them on par with everybody around them. That's really how you do it. If you're in the NFL and you got a football team and offenses are high powered, and your defenses is stacked to stop the run, but ain't stacked to stop the pass, you're going to get ran up and down all on the field. You got to find that balance in that, right? Because that's the game. So the game mandates that you understand your natural world. The game don't mandate that your spiritual system leads the way. By the way, it does not. Because everybody got some kind of quirky spiritual shit they got going on in their head. The game does not mandate that you adhere to that. How do I know that the game does not mandate that you adhere, right, to your spiritual system that your ancient ancestors has to say? Because Black Americans have been great in their approach of doing things, and they've been Muslims and goddamn Christians. They ain't been traditional African niggas in about 400-500 years. And we're doing just fine. The damn Christians that are Christians now, Europeans, and Britannica, and different areas of Rome, these niggas wasn't Christians at first. They ain't adhering to their ancient traditions, Stone Age shit, and they doing just fine. That's how I know Sekou is frauding y'all, and y'all can't even see it. Oh, Unc, let them believe. Anyway, my point I'm making here is this message to all y'all. I don't fuck with y'all. I'm playing like y'all playing. See? I'm right here with y'all. I'm in a sweet spot. No, y'all can't get around encyclopedias. I know y'all can't get around the journal, Nature Journal of Science. I've been knowing this for years, but I've been playing nice. Now I'm with Kent, kick door policy. Go ahead and rob me. That's how I know you ran out of everything. So now you gonna rob me. You wish you had a shoe with the name of your school, fake school on it, where people could actually support you. But you ain't sharp enough to do that. You beat us for the 2,500, Q Butter. You petty. You played the short game instead of the long game, bro. See? Could have had your own shoe. Could have got you some Converses with the little symbol on there, and everybody would have bought them motherfuckers. Good quality, would have loved it, and would have been supporting your school. But you're a hater. You don't know how to control your people. You got wild women running their mouth. Wow. Just wow. Out of control. Talking crazy about other women. When those two women, Dr. Mayad, right, and the cartoon character could have just came together. Dr. Mayad advocates Black women power at high levels. So this is where we sit now. We sit in wild situations with wild people. Everybody think they know something. But one thing I have done is I've given you tools to determine if what I'm saying is right. That's what I've done. With all my faults, I've actually given you information that can actually show you when a person is trying to trick you. With all my faults, with all our disagreements, right? I didn't put sources on the screen. We read it, and people act like we ain't reading it. And these conversations go on and on and on and on and on. That's fine. Every new people coming, they need to be educated. Evolution, Charles Darwin is a racist. Y'all making up shit, man. Y'all talking about the wrong thing. Y'all don't even understand the subject. The subject is this: to be able to compete with the world around you. That's what we do. Why? Because humans reproduce. So when you reproduce, you want to put the babies in the best position to be able to raise their babies, That's what it's all about. And your spiritual system is your spiritual system. Whatever the hell you come up with, that's your personal business. But you got wild people promoting shit from the Stone Age, making it trying to popularize this shit, following white people all the way, New Age community, when they mix it all together and shake it up in a bag. It's crazy. Well, how you know you're right? It ain't me. I'm giving you the tools. You're supposed to figure out whether it's right or not. Based off of good, solid tools. Based off of being scientifically literate. Let nobody tell you the earth is flat. That's a 2,000 year ago argument. 3,000 years now we've known the size and shape of the earth through the study of geodesy. Oh, yo, Sanchez won. Nah, your mother won, nigga. What you saying? Crazy. Oh, Sekou won. How? Okay, he won. Fine. Not a problem. I ain't won a debate yet. I ain't mad at it. What I have done is them little polls y'all get where I'm ranging sometimes 40, right? The other 45, the other person got 55. I've done something spectacular. Y'all didn't even know it. 45% of the people understand what I was saying. That's a high number because the subject matter that I'm talking about there's required reading. There's required videos. You can't just sit back and get what I got. Everybody know it. You're not engaging in a high-level conversation about how the brain works if you don't have a rudimentary understanding of evolution. You can't skip steps in the thing I got. The thing I got requires you to sit down and shut the hell up. It requires you to throw away everything you think you know because it's counterintuitive. It requires discipline. It requires certain authors, regardless of their race, color, and creed. It requires you to understand certain things. That's why I laid down evolution for you, because I knew you really wanted your history. But you can't understand your history if you don't understand evolution. If you don't understand geography. I was giving you things that Malachi York used to trick me. So how can y'all still be tricked? If it's in an encyclopedia, if it's in Wikipedia, you best to know that they ain't getting past it without lying, cheating, and stealing, without faking it. It ain't even that hard. You remember my mother say, yo, I'm about, see, my mother bought me encyclopedias where you had to give the A, B, C, and you grab the thing, you look it up. Remember that? Y'all should like to read them. Now they online. I suggest y'all read them. Read the whole Wikipedia article. Educate yourself. See, education is actually the key to refuting all the pseudoisms. And I'm talking about the real education. See, we strive to build a school in the Black community that will allow these kids to go to colleges. So you're going to build a school that have them combating the college information. Really, you taking advantage of those kids. And you like the glory of saying that you got a school. You don't really care about the kids. The kids got to be ready for the next level. See? That's how we know y'all faking. It's an easy tell. Here's the tell. You claiming to educate Black people, cute butter. But are those kids ready for the next level? At the next level, they ain't tripping off of what color you are. I don't want that I don't want that white chemistry. I want that Chinese, Japanese chemistry teacher. Because my homeschooling program said that they don't know nothing because of the color of their skin. Sound like Adolf Hitler. He was wild. Remember Hitler? He was a fool with power. He was a nut. This man actually thought that if you had blonde hair and blue eyes, that you was better than everybody else. This nigga didn't even have the blonde hair and blue eyes. He was tripping. This nigga sat there. He hosted the Olympics. He sat there, proud, uniform, SWAT sticker, all that. Oh, they marching like this. Jesse Owens, black as the damn night. At the starting line, Hitler just knew it. Got him. Got the best scientists. They had the best pseudoscientists. Shit say, pow. Jesse say, huh. Hitler say, damn, I was wrong. One of the greatest athletes known in the Olympics is Jesse Owens. Beat the shit out of those white people. At that point, Hitler knew the gig was up, that I was just, how? He was perplexed. Think they was developing some type of steroids and all that. They was cheating. Jesse blew all that out. Craziest thing ever. Now, during World War II, right? Prior to during the Olympics, right? Prior to, like, pseudoscience was rampant. Oh man, the thing, nobody was even listening to Charles Darwin. One paying that man no more. Charles Darwin had been laid it down on how no matter what color you is or where you from, nigga, you got the capacity as Homo sapiens sapiens to prosper. He had been laid that down. He had been told his second cousin Galton, who is the father of eugenics, you're wild. You have misconstrued what the theory I've gotten. I don't agree with you. He's been took all that. But why is it that we still got people right now looking y'all in the face from these very cameras saying that? Because they tripping, because y'all not studying, y'all not reading. How can people come amongst you talking about the slave trade ain't really happened? We was in America. How the hell is you in America before you in Africa? That's why y'all ain't seen me get into the Aborigine argument. The niggas can't get out of Africa. Why would I go to the rabbit hole is to dive out of Africa and start talking about the dogs, rolls, and whatever the hell. Oh Lord, I'm not learning in none of that. Get out of Africa, bro. Prove to me that Homo sapiens sapiens started in America first before I have any kind of comment. If you can't get past that barrier, which is an unstoppable barrier as of 2023, I'm not doing it. Y'all go play the game with them silly ass dudes. So the whole thing is silly, and it's silly because of one word. It's called education. To which the best education is found, so they say, in America. The stats run out. The science. Number one is science, United States. That means that black people living in the United States have access to powerful tools to actually change their community. If you don't allow the conscious community to come in and say, that shit ain't real. So I got an hour. I ain't even played the silly shit. Let me play it. Let me get it in here, man. Yeah, kick door policy. Start talking crazy. Yeah, I got you. I'm not yelling. I'm not cussing you out. I'm not doing none of that no more. I'm expose you for what you really are. A charlatan. All y'all. Fake. Acting like you got something you don't. Disrespect people. And what's up? Shout out to Cedric. I done seen people disrespect Cedric. Ignorant women. I ain't even gonna say the name right now. I say you just this nigga didn't went to school. For real. I done seen Woo-Jah try to get him. I was like, Woo-Jah. Woo-Jah. Stop it. Got a test. He don't even know that Cedric is in charge, right, of the health of his island. I might be saying it wrong, but he ran the vaccine program, the education and all that. Like he was the go-to for that. And Woo-Jah trying to tell us that there's a test, that he got a test to let him know whether he should take a vaccine or not. That's when I knew that Woo-Jah was tripping. So don't be coming to me, why you don't mess with them? Because they tripping. And there's no way of stopping them if I continue to mess with them. I should be able to say that you're wrong with that based off of this, this, and this. And it not be a problem on our friendship. But that ain't how that shit work, is it? See, I ain't in it for the popularity. I've been the most popular nigga in my neighborhood from day one. I ran with the popular niggas. I was the popular nigga in school. I ran with the, what y'all talking about? Shout out to Arnie. That's the first nigga that I knew so dope. He had the first phone, the bag. Charles Ma. He think he's the first nigga that went Shout out. I'm gonna bring them niggas on. So I don't, for me, this ain't the popularity. I've been that dude. So this, I ain't bubbling like I was bubbling. You know what I'm saying? For me, this ain't bubbling. Tariq Nasheed and them niggas is bubbling. So that'll be bubbling. He be semi-bubbling. He be bubbling. He get 1,000 people, right? Your man, what's the nigga that talk wild about the women? He was on Wishman show. What's his name? Tommy Sotomayor. That nigga bubbling. That's bubbling. I'm used to being in that company. I'm used to being that type of shit. Nigga got the best dope. Well, that nigga dressed better than most niggas. His shoe game is super tight. I'm used to that. Nigga, brand new pair of shoes every day. Fresh nigga. That's me. You feel me? I done got around this clown show, yo. Now it's wild, right? I've lost my damn way. Now I'm tightening it up. Not playing. Man, we're going to have the conversations, man. You're going to get your words out, right? I'm going to give you a certain amount of time. Say what you got to say when you want to come on. We're going to be respectful for each other because we ain't talking about robbing nobody because your ass might get robbed. See what I'm saying? So we ain't doing none of that shit. We ain't testing where we came from. All that's out the door. All that threatening people, all that's out the door. All that acting like you know. We're going to stop right now and we're going to do this thing the way it's supposed to be done. And everybody that's rolling, yo, if you rolling, yo, then you rolling. Yo, if you faking, then you faking. Just say, yo, I ain't here for that, huh? I'm here to see y'all niggas wild out. That I can respect that. That's what Sabio said. Sabio say, man, look, yo. I say, yo, why you up on that panel with that nigga talking about robbing? You say, yo, for real, man, y'all kind of chased me away. Y'all wouldn't let me do my thing. I wanted to do my thing. Y'all wouldn't let me do my thing. And, you know, so Q Butter gave me a platform to be able to, you know, do my thing. He was honest. He said, when Q Butter said he gonna rob, he said, I'm sitting there saying, who, what? In my head, I'm saying, who, what? We're gonna rob. The nigga was honest. See, I can take genuine honesty. See? Always can do that. Be honest, man. If you're here for the fuckery, then say, I'm just here for the fuckery and jokes, yo. I'll go over Q Butter shit, and I fly over your shit, and I fly there, I fly. Then I know you, okay. I'm in Chief X shit, not because I'm actually thinking he making some sense, right? But I like the way he crack jokes. He funny and it's okay. I can take that. But don't act like you in it to educate people with real solid build on this shit, and then be in my face talking that shit, then be over there on the wild platforms. Because I smell you. I ain't on nobody program. Something that can't make me do nothing I don't want to do. Right. That being in the limelight on something that don't do nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? What really do something for me, man, is when people learn the real shit that I know they can get their kids. That's what make my shit go. That's what get me hyped up right there. Not the saw at the TV, not being on the greatest platforms, not even if I got on the Breakfast Club, right? The thing for me would be able to bang on everybody at that moment. That'd be my thing. Yo, why y'all bring these Shaw and say, why y'all do that? I don't understand it. That's not the level. See, that would be my thing. They'd probably kick me off. So now y'all know what make me tick. What make me tick is real solid information, real intelligent conversations like we had yesterday on the Pseudo Killers, man. The challenge of people going back thinking, you know what I mean, without trying to kill me. I've been shot a couple times, yo. I know what it's like. All that is in the past. So I don't want to be around guys. So don't ask me why you ain't accepting Q-Buzz's apology, because, yo, he started to sound like it. He started to sound like niggas that I got away from. I don't want to be tough like that. I want to be tough right here. I want to be tough and give y'all some real shit. Where you got young ladies about to have babies, right? They want to be able to get their kids solid shit, right? They want to be able to homeschool their kids. Look, this is how you homeschool them. Boom, they got top-notch programs. And they might give you a computer and give you some money. Organize your shit for hours. See, I feel good about doing that. So I don't want y'all to think that I'm hating on Q. Q, you got a homeschooling thing. That's cool. Nigga, but tell us. We still gonna support you. We ain't mad at that. We like you doing that. We like the fact that you bring the kids for the scientific thing. Man, we with you. But shut the hell up, nigga. Because you fucking it up. That's my point. Q, what you doing? Then you gonna threaten me. I ain't over that. The fool of it all. So, anyway, let me play this round right here. Just a little bit of it. Right? Might have to change the title. Nah, I think I'm gonna change the title. I think I'm gonna drop the link. Let me see how many of y'all serious. Man, by the way, man, hit the damn Cash App, man. Yeah, so all you got to do is hit the damn link, though, bro. Don't hide. Hit the link. Hit the link, though. I like that. I like that. Right? Don't hit me with your emotion. Prove me wrong. That's all you got to do. Show me the errors of my ways. You know how they say the doors of the church is open. The doors of jumping up on this panel is open. Yeah. So anybody is welcome to have a conversation. Man, make sure y'all hit the Cash App, though. Hit that early and often, man. That's what we need to do. Let me see. Big up to No Saint. Big up to No Saint. He ain't got the same color skin we got. But I respect his grind. Yeah. See? Pin a link. I'm a pin a link. Let me see who want to jump on. Right? And, you know, see who want to jump on. Maybe pin a link. All right, there you go. Y'all got about 10 minutes, man. Let me get some callers, man. If not, man, you know what it is, yo. Y'all come talk to me, man. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Yeah, I see you, Indigenous Black, man. I see everybody, yo. I done heard more shit than most of y'all done probably learned. Yo, I done heard the wildest pseudos. I done heard every angle, and it was only one tool that allowed me to distinguish. So there has to be something that you can use to distinguish a real conversation from a wild conversation. Has to be. And guess what? It's called science. Scientific literacy, yo. Then they're gonna tell me you're not scientific literate, you can't be. This crazy shit. Man, I advocate people to go to colleges, universities. If not a college or university, I advocate you going to a trade school, but it's still a school. Get the proper training, you can make more money in the field. Come talk to me without that paperwork, right? Without that published work, I don't want to hear it. Don't convince me. See, the people on YouTube trying to convince me that they know what they're talking about. Assad, you can't convince me. I was with you. That didn't change your position. That didn't help your position, did it? So that I ain't with you with that. That ain't gonna hurt your position. What I learned was it was confusing everybody around me. And I can't allow that to happen. So everybody could do their thing. I got my thing. I stand strong. Trust me when I tell you that. Hey, G Love, man, I appreciate you, man. I see you. What encyclopedia would you suggest for a 4-year-old? 4. What grade you in the 4? Nursery school? They got, I think they got child versions of Encyclopedia Britannica. Yep. My kids was reading at 4, 5. Yep. Reading. Your kids you should be working on them reading. Hell, throw that shit in front of them. Excuse my language. We could definitely look that up. I'm gonna have a good answer for you. Yep. Your 4-year-old is reading, then he reading. You know what I'm saying? G Love. Appreciate the donation, man. I think somebody else made a donation too, man. Let me see. Definitely appreciate that love right there, man. Definitely. Hey, I see you. Morris, man, that's love right there, man. That's how we do that. Appreciate that, man. Hampton. Well, you know that. That's my man right there, yo. Hey, Taurus, man, you always on that, man. Appreciate you, man. All right, y'all showing love, man. Definitely live to play another day. We got Sunchild. All right. What's up, Sunchild? You the first caller, man. Let's get it in. What's on your mind? Talk to us. The floor is yours.
Peace, on. Just a couple of things.
What you got?
Thank you for accepting me.
Absolutely.
Just a couple of things I wanted to add to the discussion. With your debate with Sekou, there was a section regarding Unkulunkulu and the Zulus, whether they were atheists.
Yeah, I never said that. That never was my statement. I've never said that.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to bring some clarity to that. I'm not sure
bring
if
the
you
clarity. Go for it. Go ahead, brother. I'm just for the record. I never said that the Zulus was atheists. I simply said the Shaka Zulu. You know what I'm saying? He placed that African spirituality at the bottom of the totem pole.
Okay. Well, if you're okay with it, I think it was Jolanda Zachary who had a back and forth with Sekou regarding that.
Oh well, that's she a big girl. She a big girl.
Okay.
You get my point?
Yeah, I do. I had sent a link for her to Wikipedia.
Okay, what is it?
Well, it said that the Zulus were clearly not atheists. They believed in a divine consciousness or a most high.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Unkulunkulu. It was the name of this that they gave to this was Umvelinkangi, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Okay.
But there's a story about their creation story on either Wikipedia or Khan Academy. If
Mm-hmm.
anyone is interested in researching that.
Okay.
So that's just one of the things I wanted to bring clarity to. If Jolanda wants to take a look, she can. Like I said, I dropped the link. I'll drop the link again once I get off of here.
All right. Appreciate you. Are you familiar with
Sure.
Shaka Zulu though?
Just briefly, but yeah, I won't say I have great knowledge of his story and his history per se, but with regards to the Zulus themselves,
Well, we was
the-
talking about the time of Shaka Zulu because he was definitely a successful ruler, right? He and he actually had the kick door policy. Yeah, like if you wasn't with it, you stand up and fight. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm taking it. I'm unifying. I'm bringing everybody together. That's how he did that. He was an imperialist, right? And there's stories where he cut off the heads of all the priests. And it's wild, but as you study history, great leaders will do that. Like what's his name? His name is Peter the Great, the Tsar of Russia, the first Tsar of Russia. Right now, he didn't cut the head off the because they had Orthodox Christianity, right? Now he didn't cut off the heads of the priests, right? What he did was he put a tax on them, though, which is symbolic. Right? He took their power away from them. He said, if you want to dress up like this and wear your beards and all that, right? You gotta pay for that. If not, take all that shit off. Cut your hair. Stop playing. And he took the power from him. And so what Shaka did basically was he took the power from him. And when you take the power from the church, right, that's when the nation starts to actually grow. Because Shaka, well, he actually put technology at the forefront, right? He revolutionized warfare, the weaponry, right? And it set him apart from the rest of the people in Zulu land. It set him apart. His tactics of war, he revolutionized just the innovation, right? And that's why he stands out in history. Same way with the Tsar of Russia, right? The Kremlin, this shit was all wood. Man, he broke all that down. He turned it into stone. He made the city stone, right? He built, and at the center of it, right? He had the science, right? So he revolutionized shipbuilding. He went abroad, learned how to shipbuild, right? This is in his lifetime. This is a message to African leaders. In a lifetime, the Tsar of Russia changed that shit around and made him a superpower. Got the ships together, right? He learned that shit, came back, he instituted, he reduced the church. He didn't throw it away, but he got them up out of there with the nonsense, right? And they prospered. Yeah, and Russia ain't looked back since. I think they defeated the Danes. Somebody they defeated. They fought them to a standstill, came back next year, fought them and beat them. And they was officially on the world stage. Same with the United States. They didn't even have a damn Navy. Right? They had a Navy, they ended up building a Navy, and now they could compete. So we in this community called the Black community, right? And so I'm doing the same types of things, right? I'm cutting the head off the religion thing symbolically, right? I'm not saying that you can't do it personally. What I'm saying is we can no longer lead with the wild ass concepts of wild spirituality no more. That's not going. So I represent that. See, I studied these things. I studied European history because John Henry Clark said, go study European history. And I studied the great leaders and how they did it. I just did the same thing. So I'm a skeptic. I'm a non-believer. Y'all hate the word atheist. Same thing. Y'all just had bits of, y'all was afraid to do it all the way. Y'all ain't going to be a Muslim or Christian. I'm going to do this. Right. Okay. So the point I want to make here, which is very important, right? I just simply put religion back into its damn place because you will hear black people run around and say, what, y'all? We're the most religious. We're the most spiritual on planet Earth. You don't never hear him say we're the most intelligent. We're the most spiritual. Right. That's a broke statement. Broken knowledge and wisdom, period. That's a broke statement. That's a non-winning statement. Anyway, appreciate you coming through though, bro.
Yeah, if I may just add on. Um, Yeah, even if Shaka Zulu himself may not have been a spiritual person, but to take the leap from just one particular leader, whether it be European or African, and to say that their civilization was atheistic, I think that's a great stretch. And and I think because Sekou may have mentioned, and I hear it also often that there's no atheism in African culture, that there is somehow a move to prove atheism within an African culture, and I think that's where the whole um, atheism in Africa, that move to prove that, is coming from. And I just wanted to make it clear that the Zulus do not prove that. So that still remains to be proven. Another thing I would like to
Stop.
say
Let's
with
deal with
regard,
it. Let's deal with that. Let's see what can you see my slide?
yeah,
Let's just deal with the slide. You should get the book, Conflicts of the Minds by Jordan K. He's indigenous African. Any belief in the external power was superstitions. And superstition was the person's moral foe. Shaka killed groups of diviners and witch doctors in an effort to free his people from the grip of superstitions. He wanted a nation of truly free men and women who needed no props outside of themselves in order to realize the promise of being human. The Zulu philosophers, whose thinking was reflected in the new ideal of nationhood, had evolved out of the stage when they were dependent on religion for guidance on establishment of a better society. Religion had been alive in the thousands of years before Shaka. In all these years, it failed to resolve the conflicts in Nata. It forced men to see it as a prop, a prison of the mind, which was used by the strong to entrench their power and not to solve the problems of the suffering humanity. This is the slides I used. This is what I presented to the world on that day. I was making a point here. It was a very,
is
very
that
important point I made.
is that suggesting that the Zulus after Shaka became atheistic and put their spirituality behind them?
I don't make any suggestions. I said what I said and I read what I read. I was talking about Shaka Zulu, one of the most successful Zulu leaders. Matter of fact, Shaka Zulu ain't fight no white people. We know the story, bro. After Shaka fell, it was over with for the Zulus. One talking about nobody else, talking about Shaka and his leadership, his philosophers, how they was really thinking, how they placed emphasis on technology. Talking about Shaka Zulu. Now, did the rest of the Zulu have heart to carry on what he was carrying? Obviously not. That's why they got beat up, got ran out the gym. Shaka thing was so serious, yo, that he ain't never had to fight white people. This shit was serious. Well organized. So, not suggesting anything. And by the way, there is not a, first of all, we study the human mind around here. We know there's always going to be a certain amount of the population, right, that are non-believers. That has not changed. Here's the lie. The lie is that everybody in Zulu land, the lie is that everybody in Africa believed. That's the lie. That's the lie. In reality, human beings have different variant beliefs. In reality, there were plenty of people in Africa that said that shit's wild. But their story is not told because we glorify the religious thinking. See? So when I glorify somebody that wasn't steeping in religion like Shaka Zulu, then it's a problem, then it's an issue. Not saying that you bring it, but then it morphs to something else. So there are plenty of people in Africa right now that are irreligious, that just don't believe. Plenty of people, but they don't get the sway. So I'm not trying to say nothing. What I'm saying is that since time immemorial, there have been people that live on the continent of Africa that didn't believe none of that shit. The numbers is just small. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue that either. I'm pretty sure there would be individuals here and there, but as far as culture wide or civilization wide, I'm not. That's where the argument would become a little bit harder
Yeah, I'm
to
not trying
prove.
to. Yeah, I'm not. But there are plenty of African nations that don't believe in gods. They just have ancestral worship. See, acknowledge the
Um,
ancestors. Yeah, there's
I'm not sure.
tribes. I'm positive of this.
Okay, well that remains to be seen from my end as far as what I've
Okay,
seen. I'm not
no
sure about
problem.
that either. As far as I know, that the most African or all African cultures believed in a most high creator, whether it be from a
Yeah.
deistic perspective, where the creator created the universe, but he doesn't play a role in the universe and our daily lives. That's why the ancestors and nature worship comes in.
So is
But
that just an African thing? Or was that a human thing?
Well, we're talking about Africa, so from the African perspective, that's what
No, no, no,
I'm
no. I
talking
want to
to.
talk about something that usurps the African perspective, the human perspective, because all humans come from Africa. And we know this to be a fact. And we also clearly understand that what is the African perspective? What is that? What does that mean? Is that different from, say, the indigenous European perspective? The Brits, they lived in the forests, right? Now we can access data. Right now, we can study hunter-gatherer tribes and then realize whether you was in Africa or whether you was in the Americas, right? You had the same types of beliefs. There is no special thing that Africa had over humanity because Africa is the source of humanity. And anything that we had, we developed it in Africa. I don't know why this is hard. When did it get wild? I don't know when they got. I don't know when we had this thing that the Africans had the Sirs believe. No, the human beings had the same thing. See, that's why we study the mind. See, and so the European mind and the African mind, they all fall in the category, right, of the mind, the brain, right? And I'm gonna give you a good example. Cyclonic events of climate change will be bestowed on certain areas, whether that be Africa or right in the middle of the Caucasus Dam Mountains. And the response to it is pretty much the same. How do we know? Well, we can go to 10,000 BCE in Sudan. Going through a climate event, resources are low, people are fighting for resources, they murder and kill each other. We got the bones to tell it. In the Sudan. Some people killed people and took their shit. Some people left and found other areas, and some people shared their things. Same things in Europe. Farmers, the weather changed. Now you no longer can farm. Farming is very low. The yields are very low. Some farmers share with other farmers. Some farmers become stick-up men and robbers, like you, butter. And some people just move. It's the human response. You got to be careful with, I'm this color, thus I act this way. That's pseudo foolery right there. You're never gonna get that's subjective. We're looking for the objective truths, void of our biases. We want to know what humans do so we can do better. We don't want to play the fake game. But go ahead, Sunchild.
Well, that's fine. I think we can do a research on the differences between European spirituality and African spirituality and see
Let's do it.
major differences.
We'll do a
Well,
show on it, me and you, because I think you'd be a great researcher.
um, yeah, I guess I could perhaps take up that mantle if necessary. But
Good
yeah.
conversation, man. Let me hit you with this source real quick. Let me show you that shit ain't that unique as we think. Let's do this. The cosmic ocean. The cosmic ocean. The primordial waters. I know you heard that before. Celestial river. I know you heard that before. The mythological motif. that represents the world or cosmos, enveloped by the vast primordial ocean. Found in many cultures and civilizations. See, the cosmic ocean exists before the creation of the earth. Where we hit this at? Nile Valley. None. Primordial waters of none. And the way we learned it was like they the only people that did that. We seen them promoted that way. Now watch this. From the primordial waters of earth and the entire cosmos arose. The cosmic ocean represents and embodies chaos. Yeah, out of chaos comes light. We hear people saying it. The cosmic ocean is present in mythology of the Yazidis, the Yarosinians, the Alvini, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, the Jews. Yep. You can read the Bible stories, the primordial waters. It say ancient India, ancient Persians, Sumerians, and Zoroastrianism. It say the primacy of the ocean in some creation myths corresponds to the cosmological model of land surrounded by the world's oceans. The sky is often thought up as something like the upper sea. The concept of the watery chaos also underlines the widespread motif of the worldwide flood that took place in early times. The emergence of Earth from water and the curbing of the global flood or underground waters are usually presented as a factor in the cosmic ordering. The whole background of it, I gotta read that ancient creation text, right? We can read that. I suggest everybody, this is a great source, right? Themes and Japanese, Egyptian mythology, serpent middle earth, all kind of stuff. And this is what I enjoy doing. Here you go. You see the cosmic waters, right? Ocean of milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So my point is, it's just, yeah, we gotta stop talking without studying, yo. Like we don't really study.
Brother, I wouldn't doubt that there are similarities throughout the world religiously, and the syncretism does play a role. So I wouldn't dare argue that there are many similarities, but what I'd be focused on are the differences, and I think that would be
that's important too.
Yeah. So that's what we would be focused on, and I wouldn't argue that there are no similarities. Even with the Unkulunkulu story, the divine consciousness, Kangi, he put the first seed on the earth, and the first created from that seed was Unkulunkulu. And through Unkulunkulu became the great one, or the older of the first ancestor. And through Unkulunkulu, the rest of creation came into existence. And you can see there perhaps the similarity with the Christian story of Christ being the first created, and through Christ, everything else was created. So there are similarities to be drawn from a lot of different cultures. I'm sure of it, but like I said, I'm only concerned with the differences that make the difference, and that's what I would argue. But sure, if you'd like to pursue that further, I would be honored to have a conversation with you.
Do this. Give me some differences. I love it. I think we should all. I think as Black Americans and Indigenous Continental Africans and people in general, I think it's important to celebrate your differences too. Give me some differences. Give me the main difference in quote unquote African religions than quote unquote European religions. And let's see. Give me one. Did you feel is important?
I think one that I feel is important is the masculine God in the European spirituality. God is a he, and is the concept of a man in the sky. And there's a major difference there to be pursued. Throughout African spirituality, there's more of it's more balanced with the male and female energies, and even with the Zulus and the deity was not considered male nor female, and in fact, it was not considered a spirit. It was called indescribable. So that's one of the main differences that I would perhaps that comes to my mind without any type of research, and I think that's important. And I think the European idea of masculinity being, the masculinity being the all powerful is very important. So that's one difference I would pursue, or I can share with you right now.
So how about Egypt? Because that's the one everybody talk about.
Well, yeah, Egypt has Ma'at, which is more masculine and feminine
So is it a
aspect of
matriarchy or
Judaism.
patriarchy?
Um, I can't say I'm a master of Egyptian theology. So there are others there. You can probably tell me more than I
Well, we
can
can
tell
read it
you on that.
here. Let's just read it. Women in Egypt. Women in Egypt had some special rights other women did not have in other comparable societies. They could own property and were at court, legally equal to men. However, ancient Egypt was a patriarchy society dominated by men. Only a few women are known to have important positions in administration, though they were although they were female rulers and even female pharaohs. Women at the royal court gained their position by relationships to the male kings.
Right, and we're not just talking about women. You can see that even women had more power in Egypt than they did in European
No, see,
societies.
you shouldn't jump
But
like that. You shouldn't jump to Europe. Stay in Africa. See, and this is
well, that's what
let me
it's
just say
talking
this.
about. Comparable societies. I believe
Hold
that
on,
those are the
hold on.
comparable societies it's talking about.
So you saying there aren't any comparable societies in Africa?
Not to the extent of the male, female, and the balance. I think they may be more comparable than the European concept of just the straight masculine
Mm.
deity.
Mm.
And that again is worth a conversation that we can pursue.
Is Ra a male?
Yes,
Is
but
Amen a male?
yes,
Mm.
don't they all have? But most
Amen
of the
and Ra.
deities,
Two male deities come together. Amen Ra. Hmm.
don't
Anyway,
most
I
of
don't
the
want listen. I
right,
actually
but
do
most,
this. I I
right.
I, I actually do this for real. Like I for real. And I'm saying there's if you I mean sometimes our little piece limits us. We just limited, right? And so I study world religions, right? Continental religions, um, Asian religions, and it's just based off, how they come up with their thing. It's not the African. The only reason me and you would say the African thing is better because we bias. That's the only
No,
reason, yo.
well, I've never used the word better,
I'm gonna use
and
it.
I
Hold on, wait.
I
Hey, son, child, you trying to trick us now? And whenever
no.
you speak, you always speak of Africa. Why then? If you don't think it has a better informing process for us, then why would you say it all the time? I don't see you lead with other stuff. So I'm gonna ask you the straight up question: do you think that African social systems, African spirituality, all different ages, is better fit for Black people in America? I'm gonna ask you straight up.
Well, from the perspective of the male and female balance, I would see something better within that framework.
Okay.
There is a balance where women are more respected, and in the case of the male deity, there's in Egypt, for example, there's always a female counterpart like Isis to Osiris, and so on. So yeah, there are aspects that would make it, in my opinion,
Yeah.
better service to our culture in general.
Okay.
Um,
All righty. I heard you.
yeah, but like I said, that's a
I feel you.
conversation that's worth pursuing.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, it is a conversation we're pursuing, and yeah, we view the world throughout lenses of bias, and scientific literacy will help break down those biases. And I just think it's I think we're capable of learning from all systems based off we have the data now. And I think all systems can be helpful. African Americans never learned from a indigenous African perspective. And so and we leading the way, right? Yeah, we lead the way. We're a highly educated group of non-continental Africans. Yeah, we highly educated. We push a lot of policies. Martin Luther King, the apartheid, they took a page from Martin Luther King's book. This the struggles, period. Great leadership in the African American community, man. And see, this is what I get mad, right? We have under evaluated the African American experience, right? And over evaluated the African continental African experience. Like if it ain't that, it ain't cracking. And I think there needs to be a healthy balance there, right? I do, and I think it's 2023, and we are wild, right? We want to go Stone Age. You can't. There's no going back. Charles Darwin made the statement. He was like, "Man, they're gonna overtake the indigenous. They're gonna wipe them out." Yeah, indigenous people are on their way out completely. Not unless some type of clinic event occurs and we lose all knowledge of everything. You got to start back over again. Then those people will thrive again. And that's possible based off what we know about Earth. But for right now, you show me excluding ourselves, this exclusionary doctrine that we have, where we think that if we just deal with ourselves, we're going to be better off. And I'll show you a hunter-gatherer tribe right now. So the hunter-gatherer tribes, as you see right now today, they were excluded. They did it all for themselves. They was right there. They didn't intermingle with other people, and they stayed right there. The thing that made Egypt great was the fact that it had trading partners outside of Africa. It had trading partners in Africa. That's what made that shit bubble for real. If they just been stuck and blocked off, they wouldn't have grown like that. You need other people to stimulate you. So I always keep groups of people around me because it helps stimulate growth and development. Just being by yourself, being a Hitler nigga, you're going to dive into the Olympics, right? Thinking that the shit you've been doing all by yourself, all in your head, right, is right. And then when that shit go pow, dude, and wore y'all out. Yeah, so it's always about the interchange, right? That's what made Homo sapiens sapiens successful, was the social ability to be social with other groups that wasn't from their immediate tribe. The problems that Africa have is that the tribalism, the separation that they produce. That's why I can respect the Pan-African thing, right? But the Pan-African thing, it has separated itself from the rest of the world and not keeping pace with the rest of the world. And now that's a wild message. So, that's just my opinion, man. I'm gonna let you close out, man. I think we, hit the Cash App, man. I appreciate y'all, man. And Sunchild, whether you know it or not, I can tell that you're well read. Your conversation, I can tell what books you've read. And I always appreciate your conversation, brother. You want to end with something?
Yeah. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Yeah, next time maybe we can talk about Darwin, and you mentioned Hitler, and the relation between Darwinism and Nazism.
Okay.
There's an article I've found on JSTOR, the role of Darwinism in the Nazi ideology.
Okay.
Which might bring us to the idea of whether Nazism could have even existed without Darwinism.
Okay.
And perhaps that's something we can pursue as well. Something
So
else
do you
I'd
want
like
me to knock you out now or save it? Because I can knock you out. What you want to do? I'm gonna let you make it. So you want to get knocked out now, or you want to save the knockout? You want me to just jab you?
Go ahead.
What you want to jab?
Yeah, it seems like you wanted a jab, so go ahead.
No. The jab is to let you go ahead out there and do all that. Right now I can just throw the straight right hand and knock you out. What you want?
Well, sure. If you'd like to give me something to think about, I'd appreciate that.
Darwinism was created after Darwin was dead. That had nothing to do with this shit. That's other people putting shit together, messing it all up, doing what they want to do, like Galton, eugenics. He's a eugenics guy. He started eugenics. He's Darwin's second cousin. He read Darwin's work and messed it all up. And Darwin was like, yo, I don't agree with you the way you interpreted my work. That's not what it is. Darwin died the next year. He produced the documentation dealing with quote unquote eugenics. Everybody messes that up. So Darwinism and all that shit. And Darwin never was talking about the survival of the fittest. He was talking about the survival of the fit genes. He wasn't saying none of the shit people were saying. That Hitler, as a matter of fact, Hitler and them was Christians. As a matter of fact, there's no evidence that Nazi Hitler read Charles Darwin's work. I just wanted you to know, yo, I'm up on this subject. That's the knockout punch, though. Just for you.
Well, Darwin didn't just talk about the fit gene. He spoke about fit races. Whether he was referring to races as in species of different animals, or if he took that race to include humans as well, we can discuss that. And whether Darwin himself is being spoke of as having racist ideas himself, we can look into that as well, and not just racial, but gender, being sexist. We've seen
he might have been a little,
we've seen those.
He probably got me right there a little bit. Yeah, I'll take that.
So he did use the word race.
That argument.
So he did in using the word race, he could have used perhaps a better word. Maybe he's a part of the great reason why we have what we call race and racism today. But yeah, that's something that we can pursue as well.
So I understand Charles Darwin's theory, and if you understand Charles Darwin's theory, then you understand that the theory said it was just one race, the human race. And then if you understand Charles Darwin religion that he grew up with, it was called monogenes. Now, when I mention monogenes, right, then we understand what Christianity was doing. There were some Christians that thought that there were multiple creations of humans, right? And then there were Christians that was monogenes, one. So Charles Darwin's religious background said there was one people. That's why his father, Raspy, and them, his grandfather, Raspy, and them, actually started the what's it called? The abolition. He was the abolitionist. They started it. They started one of the abolitionist programs. It was them. His wife was an abolitionist because they felt like that, black people was the same based off the biblical tradition. So that's the hurdles you're gonna have to get by. The theory itself says that all humans are the same. His religion says that all humans was produced by God, Adam and Eve. They all came from Adam and Eve, so it's got to be one humanity. So you got to beat the Bible on this, and then you have to beat Charles Darwin's theory. Charles Darwin's theory purported during the time of scientific racism, right, that there was one humanity, because in Charles Darwin time they had like 26 races, 15 races. They kind of settled on Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid, what is it? What is it? Damn, I'm slipping now. Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid, Oceania, and Native American.
Okay.
Charles Darwin say, nah.
Humanoid.
No, not human. That's different.
But remember, Charles Darwin also talks about less advanced races and more advanced races, and the more advanced races would be wiping out the less advanced races, and that type of language is very dangerous, and is what we know may have led to the whole Nazi ideology as well. So that can't be taken away. We can look at that. Is that Jolanda? Is that Jolanda's picture there or no? Okay.
No.
Yeah. So
no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Y'all can have it. Go ahead. It's your turn to speak. Ms. Sinkara, go ahead.
No.
Come on, Sakina.
Well, peace, everybody. Peace to both of y'all. I just wanted to before you left out, I put something in the back chat for you to pull up. Because I wanted to I was researching the same thing that y'all was talking about with the three what you call it, cosmic ocean and the pre-mortal ocean. Excuse me. And so I started researching on that last week. And so I put up in the private chat a link for you. And it's a 6 hour it's a 6 hour presentation that they were explaining these three primordial oceans. So you could pull it up and not really get in depth with it right quick, but it kind of shows the three primordial oceans with the ice wall. It's like behind the ice wall theory, if you will.
Okay. Okay, well, that's very interesting. I'll take a look. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, while Brother Ankh isn't here,
And so that's the only reason I came up.
Yeah, I had another thing that I wanted to speak with Ankh on. Perhaps we can discuss is I saw Cedric Ortega and his presentation on the theory of evolution.
Mm-hmm.
And he spoke about the Neanderthals and the Denovicens.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked a question in the chat, and he hasn't responded to it.
What's the
But
question?
the question is, as far as the Denovicens or Denovicens?
You know, I say Denisovan. You know, I mispronounce words, but you probably close.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the fossil record for the Denisovans, from what I've found,
Pinky finger.
yeah, and about 5 teeth.
Okay.
And that's pretty much all the fossils that we have regarding the Denovicens. And I'm asking, have we really made a theory around 500,000-year-old teeth and a pinky finger and perhaps a mandible? And is that really something that we can say is not based on belief?
Do you know what a theory is, though?
I do know what a theory is.
What's a theory?
Well, I understand you're going to speak about the difference between a theory and a scientific theory.
So you got that, right?
Yeah, I understand that. But
so they don't have a theory around a Denisova. They ain't produced no theory. What they have done, though, was
the idea that they actually existed is a theory.
No,
they got the fossils.
No, they got So, okay. What kind of car you drive, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, I tell you, what's your favorite car?
I'm out of here.
I'm not into cars, to be honest, brother. I'm a bus guy.
This finna go.
No, it ain't.
Thanks for having me. I just wanted to bring up that.
You want to add something again?
No, I added what I wanted to add. I just brought up that the thing. I'm sorry, that source that I wanted to bring in, and I put it in the back chat so that you can see it. That explains.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I was
those
on
three
technical. Let me see.
Cosmic ocean. And so I put it in the back chat, and it kind of goes into those cosmic ocean, the primordial ocean. It's actually like a 6-hour presentation. But it shows it's like called, to me, I'm taking it as beyond the ice wall. That's why I'm gonna take it as. It explains exactly what you was talking about, like Osiris and all those primordial waters is behind the ice wall. This is how it's being explained, right?
Behind the ice wall.
Yeah, behind the ice wall. So behind the ice wall, you know, the Arctic wall, you know, behind that ice wall. So behind the Arctic wall, the China wall, the African wall, you know, all around the world globe. They're trying to say it's a primordial wall, right? And so behind this wall, they say there's a primordial wall, and then they got these other lands and other things that's behind it, and it's like Osiris and other bodies and they got these names for it. And this is the same topic that you just, right? So this is why I say you do teach me a lot of things. I don't know where everybody else is going with that, but you teach me a lot of things. And so I just was going into this with the same video last week. And so that's why I came up here before y'all talked out so that I could give this link to him, because this is where you was going with that. So the same thing that you was teaching him, I just had started going into this last week, this very video. I listen to you a lot.
Let me help you out.
You know it or not. I always tell you I learned.
No, I appreciate that, Sakina. Let me show you something. This off the video you sent us. Look, we don't do this. I don't know what this is. This is some of the maps they said. We don't play like this. Is playing. They playing. We don't. This is called play to me. I just got to kick your door in. It's pseudo right off the map. That's the video. Here's the video right here. I click the links. I go through the links. These the maps they showing. This is a pseudo video for me. This is not the level. You're gonna get you're gonna fail if you teach your kids this. They're gonna fail in universities. You get kicked out. It's wild. You can't have this. This is hold on. Let me see. Y'all didn't see that. This is the video you showed. This is the video you gave me. The world beyond the ice walls. It's crazy. We got satellite systems. No such thing. We understand geodesy. We understand geology. It's a bunch of nonsense. And I'm not calling you ignorant, but what I will say is this video are for those who are ignorant to geology, who are ignorant to what a real map's supposed to look like. Yeah, if you're ignorant, they can get you. You know, people get you through your ignorance. That's why they had the drug program to try to educate you on drugs. Because you're ignorant. If you're ignorant, you're gonna get got. And so nobody pays it. This is pseudo. This is the flat earth shit. It's the joke. Yeah, we don't do this. See, this is not look, the world beyond the ice wall. Hell out of here. Yeah, that's not how to stop it. We understand that nature does not produce flat planets. We understand based off of the 4 fundamental forces, strong and weak nuclear forces, gravity. You know what I'm saying? That we know that if you look at the solar system, right, that why is the planet Earth the only flat? You wouldn't be that. Because the same forces that made Earth are the same forces that made all the rest of the stuff. Yeah, we wouldn't do this, sis. I'm just being honest, Akina. I'm just telling you.
Right.
I wouldn't argue that.
No, I see what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling him.
I got to kick your door in, though, because the kick door policy.
The same stuff he's talking about.
You talking about Sunchild?
See? So if he's talking about that, that's where he needs to go. And because of that, because everything you just told him that.
Yeah, he not.
He said something about the cosmic war, right? The primordial oceans. And
I hate you saying, yeah, this meant that. Yeah,
that's what he wants to see.
Point. Oh, he don't want to see that.
Sunchild, hold on. Well, I already saw it, so I get what you. I understand what you're saying. You already telling him something. I get it. That's why I say you teach me a lot, because the very things I just read. It's
teach each other though.
I like that flim flam word.
Yeah, we teach each other though, Sakine. I learned from everybody that come up on the panel, yo.
So that's all I came up here for, just to give him a visual.
All right, well, that's the visual for it. Mythology. And Sunchild, I got
appreciate it,
yo.
I'm going back down.
All right, appreciate you. I had a statement I wanted to make to you, Sunchild. And so I want to let you know, right? And I want Cedric to go ahead and explain his position, because he does a great job. But I will tell you this, whatever bus that you're riding now, if a bumper fell off that goddamn bus, listen to what I'm saying. They would actually know what year that bus was made and what type of bus it was. And they could reconstruct that whole bus based off of that goddamn bumper. Huh. So they can reconstruct the whole body based off that little piece of finger. Now, you would have to actually go to school, right? You would have to, there's an actual anthropological study to be able to do that, right? There's a lot of things you must know, but they could do that. So we should never argue against things that has already been established to be done. So in your mind, as the layman, you're saying, hey man, they guessing, they believe in it. And I'm saying, no, like forensics. So like forensics, they know how long a body was there based off of the type of bacteria, based off of the type of animals that have eaten Based off of the flies, based off of the lobby, they know how long the body was there. Based off of it's still warm, so they don't got to be there, right? A human finger can be left at the site. A human tooth can be left at the site, bro, and they can tell approximately, because remember, signs deal with approximate how old it was. Was it an infant baby teeth? Was it a child? Was it a teenager? Was it a middle age? Based off the teeth. Now, if you're worried about the age, they still found teeth, right? And they can get certain DNA out of these things now. They can get DNA from the soil. They can go to caves now and extract DNA from the soil and know who was in that cave. That's why science is undefeated. That's why our ignorance towards the subject matter, right, is important for us to get out of being ignorant. Maybe we should learn. So once you read, because you're a reader, read up on it. I'll give you a good book. Read up on that and come back and say, well, damn, bro, you was right. So right now, you should not argue through your ignorance of that subject. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not using the word ignorant as a bad word. I'm simply saying you wouldn't have made that statement if you understood it and knew. What's up, Cedric?
I'm good, God killer. And
I'm muting out.
I'm
muting out. I don't want to. I'm muting out. I don't never want to cut a teacher off.
I was gonna say I'm gonna continue with my mic because I don't need to add anything to what you just expounded on. Those teeth, we found out, are a number one source for collecting DNA that is not damaged. And so we could sequence whole genomes. And based on that sequencing of the genome and understanding what genetic clocks are, we can reconstruct the area, the time, and the relationships that the Denisovans had to the Neanderthals. And my position was early hominids, whether it be Homo abadagansus and Homo australopithecus, left out of Africa, went into Europe and Asia, and on both continents, these two other human species evolved, namely Neanderthals and Denisovans. How we got that information? We got that from archaeology and anthropology, and it was substantiated and corroborated by the genetic material collected from these specimens. So to answer your question, belief in the realm of science, that is not an option. The only thing that you believe is your hypothesis, and that is based on the evidence to support it. Your testing, your analysis, and your prediction will determine if your hypothesis was correct. So if you need belief, you need to believe that this hypothesis is correct to engage in the testing and the analysis of your hypothesis and the making of a prediction. That is the only place that belief is required in science.
Okay, I appreciate you for coming on and taking the time to speak with me, Cedric. And I do have respect for you as a biochemist. I have great respect for that. Big up to you. Now, my question is for you is are there, as far as you know, are there any individuals living today who have Denisovan or Denisovan genes today?
You can look that up.
I did, and apparently there are. I think Papua New Guinea and people in that area are said to have Denisovan genes. So my question for you is, in say 100,000 years from now, when those people with the Denisovan genes, when they find their teeth with Denisovan aspects to it, are they going to say that Denisovans lived today?
The genetic clock will indicate when those markers entered the human genome. So to answer your question, no.
The genetic clock?
Molecular.
Yes.
It's called a molecular clock.
Molecular clock.
How does that work?
The markers come into your DNA at a specific time. The rate of mutation is constant. So we know the time frame in which each specific mutations take place. We know when the admixtures take place, and these do not change. They are fixed in a particular time.
Okay, that's interesting.
You see the screen?
Yes.
That's the fourth molar. That's the mandle with the teeth to it. That's that little piece of that. That ain't even the tip of the finger. There you go, bro. But look at the chalk drawing. How they do that, yo?
Mm-hmm.
Found that in the cave 2008. Finger bone fragment. A
I'm
lot
sure
of
that
people bone 50.
you'll have to forgive me, guys. I know you guys are members of what you call a community of skeptics.
Mhm.
I also belong to a community of skeptics. We just have to be skeptical on different things. So I hope you'll at least respect the fact that I may be skeptical, because I'm
Yeah, I
sure
do. Yeah,
as being skeptics yourselves.
So what skeptic community would that be?
With the idea
White
of
people.
well, no, just the science, the theory of evolution. I'm skeptical of it. I believe that they are making a lot of large steps, like I said, with five teeth, with the
What
theory of
is
the
that belief
Denisovans
based on?
leaving
What is
Africa.
that belief based on?
I'm sorry,
What is that belief based on?
the belief of the Denisovans.
No, you said clearly you believe that science is making great leaps and bounds, and so what is that belief based on?
Well, it's based on the research that I've done, like, for example, the Denisovan fossils, the Neanderthal fossils. I understand that in my opinion, the fossil record is not what it's made out to be, and I think that from my head, if I were to find these five teeth, and then to say that I can build a whole theory of archaic humans around five teeth, I would say that I'm making a great leap.
So your position, your belief is based on incredulity. You not understanding how this process takes place. So that means that it is based in ignorance. You not actually knowing and understanding the process by which this is established. So your whole frame of reference is based in a logical fallacy. This is a fundamentally flawed position to make to assume or create a belief system around. So you first need to engage in understanding fully how this process takes place. And once you are well versed in the subject matter, now you can attempt to analyze and criticize the methodology based on fully comprehending how this process is done. Because your point of departure is you cannot fathom how five teeth can lead to a complete theory of a particular human group of human species. Now that's incredulity. That means I'm ignorant to the subject matter, and that is no premise to have a discussion from or to establish a position.
Well, I think ignorant is a strong word, just based on what I have learned. Have you seen these fossils yourself, Cedric? Have you looked at these fossils and analyzed them yourself, or is it something
Again, the question that you're now posing is again yet more evidence to a flawed methodology and ignorance. I do not need to examine five fossils myself to accept the information that is provided by those who can analyze these five fossils and provide me with a coherent reason why they came to the conclusions that they came to. Why? Because I understand the process by which they established the credibility to make these determinations. That is no longer in question for me. Now, you question that, again, is based on not comprehending how someone can reach to the point that they can engage in such exercises and determine these things. Incredulity, your ignorance. Again, I'm going to reiterate, it is no position to have a discussion from.
Yeah, man. He kind of got you in the trick bag a little bit, yo. Don't let him get you in the trick bag, son, child. And let me translate. I want to translate real quick. You can't argue over how engine is put together if you don't understand how engine is put together. It becomes a wild argument. It's like, and this is what this community does. They will argue against things that they don't even understand. They will actually argue through the ignorance, right? And term ignorant can be used as a slur, or it can be used that simply don't know or understand. And so, like, you didn't actually understand what a molecular clock was, right? So, in not understanding that, it kind of messed up what you were saying. So here you go. What? Look, molecular clock. Molecular clock is a figurative term for a technique that uses a mutation rate. Now you have to know what the mutation rate is, right? Okay.
Right.
Of biomolecules to deduce the time in prehistory when two or more life forms diverged. Now, if you don't know what the hell diverged is, now you're in trouble again, which is fine. We always there. We can look it up. Genetic divergence is a process in which two or more populations of an ancestral species accumulate independent genetic changes, mutations through time, often leading to a reproductive isolation and continued mutation even after the population has become to reproduce and isolated. I'm going to finish reading that. But that's when we talk about, when did chimps and humans diverge? Yeah, you feel me? What was the common ancestor? When was the divergent time? I think they say around 7 million years is when they diverged. And they go in two different environments. When they pop back up, one going to space and one is in a damn zoo. But if you don't understand a term like divergence, you're going to mess it up. If you don't understand mutation rate, what's a mutation rate? Watch this. In genetics, a mutation rate is the frequency of new mutations in a single gene or organism over time. Mutation rates are not constant and are not limited to a single type of mutation. There are many different types of mutations. Mutation rates are given for a species, classes of mutations. So that's, you got nucleotide. What's a nucleotide? Nucleotide is organic a molecule composed of what? Neogenesis base.
Can you or
protein, sugars, phosphate? What? I just want to make a point that you got to actually take your time, yo, and walk all the way through.
I understand.
Do you get my point I'm making? You get my point?
Yes,
so
brother.
My point is, don't argue that shit until you get it. You should be skeptical of the people around you. Whatever skeptical group you in, they playing. And I don't even know what the group is, but I'm gonna let you know based off our interaction, they playing with you. Because I think you can be better at what you do, right? If you take the time to learn about something, not from them. It's like trying to learn Christianity and Christianity. You know how I learned about Christianity? When I looked to Roman sources. That's how you study. Don't study the shit in the thing. Don't study being a Nuwapian in the Nuwapian shit, because you don't get the wild information. Study what Nuwapianism is outside of it, right? You got to get outside of where you at, right? And study that. Because you making way too many mistakes. You way too confident. You're way too intelligent to make the mistakes you're making, because I'm certain if you read the articles that I gave you, Wikipedia, the journal, I didn't bring out the journal of science on you for that, right? I could have here, because everybody try to talk crazy. Here, this for you, right? You can just look this up. I'll put it in the back for you. Read this. All right. Molecular clock. Read what it is. Read the whole thing, the strengths and weaknesses of it, right? Read that. Understand what that is, right? And I'm saying, based off of your conversation, based off your mannerisms, bro, I'm saying you're a candidate to understand what the hell Cedric and me is talking about, and then you won't say the shit you're saying. You just wouldn't say it, because I'm confident in your comprehension level. You just been given a wow. You got the same package I got, yo. You just got to defeat that in yourself. I can't help you defeat it. You got to defeat it.
You might be right, and I'll consider that. Now, my question to you is: I'm not sure if I'm that much more ignorant on the subject than you are, or
educate us
Cedric
then.
is.
We here.
And
Go
let me
ahead.
just say,
Go.
let me say why. Can you explain to me when you said the 7 million years ago?
Mhm.
Can you or Cedric explain to me the mathematical formula that they used to come up with 7 million years ago, or the mathematical formula on the molecular clock?
All right.
Or is this
They ain't
something,
using that to get the dates.
or is this something that you've taken their word for it?
Oh, you gonna play that game? So you basically saying for me to understand anything, I got to become a scientist in dating, like thermoluminescence.
You
I
know,
got to go to school for 10 years. See, that's why I'm saying you playing now.
when
You're
No,
actually
what I'm
playing.
saying is, no, I'm not playing. What I'm saying is, have you actually, that's why I
No,
asked Cedric if
no.
he's seen the fossils, or is he just taking their words for it?
so
Does he
again,
really
I'm
know,
taking their word.
that
But
is
hold
the
really
on,
kind of
know the
question
Cedric.
you're
science,
asking.
or is this something that he's
I'm
just
taking.
taking for
Hey, I'm
granted that
taking
they
their word.
are right?
Listen, I'm taking their word over yours.
Well,
You
that's
ain't went to
fine.
no school, and I can verify the schools that they went to. So I'm gonna take their word. I stand a better chance of getting it right listening to the people that went to school and studied the damn subject than you just popping up on YouTube. And I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead, Cedric.
See
Can you,
now,
can,
when you understand that these things are algorithms and that these are computer programs that are used and this information rolls out and we see that, hey, look, these mutations are happening at a constant rate. It's based on data collection. It's based on algorithm. It's based on statistics. Now, if you're asking me if I'm gonna go and have I done, how can I do those calculations? Man, I can't program a computer to write an algorithm. No, I can't. But I know and have confidence in the people that do these things, and the information rolls out, and we study
when
the data, and they
you,
corroborate how they come to these conclusions. And based on understanding the scientific method, you know, and you can establish that this is a fact. Why? It's independently verified. It's done in different laboratories all over the world. Their predictions made based on discovering or establishing that this is what, now, oh, this is a genetic clock. It goes through that process by which means we can accept it. Now, your ignorance, again, is on display by the questions you ask.
that's fine.
You go,
If I may
you
ask
go
another
to a
question.
doctor, you get a blood test done. Can you say anything about the blood test? Do you go in the back of the lab and run all the tests yourself to know that what they put on the paper is accurate? But when the doctor tells you you're vitamin D deficient and you need to take these pills, I bet you take them though. So like
Sure,
these
but my blood,
arguments are silly. It's
but my blood
indicative of
isn't.
flawed reasoning. However intellectual you're trying to sound, you're doubling down on the errors that you're displaying in your reasoning. You're operating off of logical fallacies.
That's fine. Um, when you say you have
No, it's
confidence in
actually
the
not.
science,
No, it's actually not.
when you,
It's not
man, let
fine.
me ask you another question. Well, it's fine
Hold
with me. I
on,
mean,
He's basically saying, yo, you ain't got enough time to go to medical school, yo, before you take your doctor's. Uh, uh.
right. So he said he
You're
has
saying, look,
confidence.
essentially,
You
you're
say
saying, hold on.
you
I'm
have
gonna tell you what you're
confidence
doing
in
to
the
us. Let me
symbols.
explain this. Hey, hey, we got a point I need to explain for you asking him a question.
Okay.
With Cedric, I'm gonna translate what Cedric is saying. Cedric is basically saying, when you go to the doctor, Joe, when the doctor gives you a prescription and make a diagnosis, you might go to 2-3 doctors and you figure out which one you want to use, which is I suggest that, right? He's basically saying, yo, you take that recommendation. What you're basically saying is the very fact that you didn't go to medical school for 8 years and learn pharmacology and learn all that, right? That you really don't know or understand what he's doing. That's what you're basically saying. And so in
No.
reality, does that make any sense? It actually doesn't. If that's the case, you would have to learn, I'm not gonna get my car fixed. I'm not gonna, because I don't know. I gotta learn about how the engine's working. That you just would never get nothing done. That's really, we call that the policy of not wanting to get a goddamn thing done. Because if you had to do it that way, bro, you'd be wild.
No, I don't think that's a fair analogy. We're talking about. I think my skepticism comes into the fact that you have a tooth that is 100,000 years old or older. Some say 150 to 200,000 years old. They're not even
You
sure how
can't
old
comprehend
these
that.
teeth are. I
Your
cannot comprehend
incredulity.
that. But I can comprehend if I go to the doctor and he tells me this is in my blood right
Your
now today.
incredulity. Again, don't you understand what incredulity
from
means?
finding 100,000 or 200,000
Don't
year
you
old tooth.
understand what
Not-
incredulity means? You're
I
doubling
do
down on the
understand
same
what
thing.
incredulity
That's your
means.
incredulity. Your
Indeed.
inability to understand the process doesn't give you
Well,
grounds to question it. You
Well,
need to engage in
incredulity,
understanding the process so that you do not
incredulity
start
has its
your
place.
analysis when you
Incredulity
do not
has its place.
understand 150,000 years or 5 teeth could lead to anything, because that's all you're displaying is your incredulity, your inability to understand how that is done does not substantiate any argument that you have.
Let me ask you another question. How many times has
No,
the
I'm
dating on the
done.
Denisovan teeth changed? How many times have they changed the dating?
Well, okay, here you go. Bet. I got you. Now it's getting fun. Now
I was
now
asking
you in the middle getting beat
Cedric.
up. Now
I
you
was
want
asking
you want to
Cedric,
be beat up.
how many times have the
Nah, don't
dating
worry
on
about
the teeth
it. Don't
been
worry about
changed?
it. Don't worry about it. Look, here, let me show you this article for everybody. Don't worry about it.
That explains my incredulity as well. They have changed the dates
Okay.
The
a
Probably
number
dates
of
so.
on
You're
the
times.
right.
teeth
You're right.
have nothing to do with the genetic material that is found.
Yes, it does, because genetic material deteriorates over that
Ah,
length of
man, you made
time.
it up. You're having fun. You're having
Oh
too much
man.
fun. So this is 4 days ago, October 5th. It says in September 21st, the U.S. Geological Survey researchers and the international team of scientists announced that the ancient human footprints discovered at White Sands National Park between 21,000 and 23,000 years ago. It say this discovery pushed the known date for human presence in North America back by thousands of years and implied that early inhabitants and megafauna coexisted for several millennia before the terminal Pliocene extinction event. In the follow-up study published today in Science, researchers use two new independent approaches to date the footprints, both of which resulted in the same age range. Okay? The original estimate. So they had an original estimate. Then they went back and got two more things because the date was long. They was like, man, that's a long time. Because before that point, they were saying 15,000 years. That was like, man, that actually pushed the date. So they came up with two new processes. So in science, you're right. They are definitely subject to change. And that's why we love science and not religion. Because Jesus Christ died for your sins. And if you change the fact that Jesus Christ died for your sins and died on the cross, then you just killed the whole religion. So if they actually found the body of Jesus Christ, right, and you realize that he got ran over by a Roman chariot, and you say, yo, we actually found the body, and we seen his chest cavity got smashed in, and it was a print of a chariot wheel. It was a Roman chariot wheel. And if you brought that out, you would kill the whole religion. Because then you realize he didn't die for humanity. He died because he couldn't get out of the way of the Roman chariot. That's religion. So you're speaking in terms of religion. We're speaking in terms of science. It's a big difference there, bro. It's counterintuitive. We don't want things to change. You don't want the fact that the date can possibly change based off of better material. You don't want that. You want us to stay right there. And the fact that we don't stay right there, you're saying that's the incredulity. Is that the word y'all used?
Close enough. Incredulity.
Incredulity. Well, what's the definition on that? Meaning you're what? Explain that.
You have
incredulity simply means ignorance to a subject matter. So when I said I don't understand how they could they 10,000 year old. I don't understand means I don't understand. Doesn't say nothing about the science in itself. It is only a statement of my ignorance. So why are we trying to explain someone who comes on here and admits he's ignorant to the subject matter? He needs to go and learn how anthropology is done. He needs to go and learn how the hell is it possible that they can recreate a species from a teeth. Otherwise, it is irrelevant, this whole discussion. He doesn't want to learn. He's trying to undermine the conversation, and it's based on ignorance. He has no idea how any of this is done.
Cedric, to be fair, you haven't learned it either. You said you have confidence in those who do it, which means you have faith. That you're based on faith. Your belief in these teeth is based on your faith.
I didn't make a statement that indicated incredulity. Now I understand the process, so I do not need to question how that is possible. You're the one doing that because you have no idea how that could be possible, and you start by admitting that.
Well, your understanding is based on.
Wait a minute. That's what you did. So you're now attempting to undermine the science.
Gentlemen.
You're trying to undermine the science, and you have nothing to stand on because you will have no idea how this is possible, what the steps are, how this is possible. For example, the genetic material is the genetic material. Don't you think that by analyzing and doing a PCR that they don't see how damaged the material is? If it is damaged, what they can sequence and don't sequence. So making these claims again is a statement to you not understanding anything of how these processes take place, and you want to question them with nothing to stand on.
Right. And again, I'm not doubting my incredulity. Another reason for my incredulity is the fact that these findings came after the theory of evolution was introduced, which seems to me, in my skeptical mind, as if they were going. These findings, these fossil findings, the findings of these fossils came after the theory of evolution was introduced, which shows me that they were going out to prove something. And once you have that, that's kind of a bias when you have these scientists.
Now you having
fun. When you have these scientists who are working to prove something.
Are you serious right now, though? Do you understand what you just said?
Yes.
No, he
I
doesn't.
I understand perfectly what I just said.
Wait for a minute, Sunchild. Now I'm realizing you just dumb. And I gotta say it. Now you just dumb. You're not thinking through your intelligence now. You're just fucking dumb now. And I'm saying it. I'm tired of playing with you, bro. And why am I saying you dumb? Because you haven't read the books. You haven't even read John Jackson book. John Jackson book in chapter 2 clearly states what Charles Darwin wrote. And do you know what Charles Darwin wrote? He said, in later times, I'm sure, I'm making a scientific prediction that we will find these ancient bones, bro. You wild with that. Now you playing me. Now everybody thinking, just called that man dumb. Yeah, called that man dumb because now he definitely dumb. Because only a dumb person would continue to argue based off of his limited research. You acting like you know research. Now I realize you're just dumb because you keep doing it and you do it over and over again. You can't accept the no one's yelling at you. Now I'm getting a little hype. Bobby banging this bitch. But you did that. I was cool. I was calm. And now I got kicked the door and you dumb as hell right now, bro. And what we're talking about, I can clearly tell that you're not read at all and you're dumb. You might not be dumb in other subject matters, but in this particular subject matter, you dumb as a damn rock. You making wild statements. You just getting beat up right now. Now, people might not like the way I'm saying it, but I am telling you, everything this man is saying shows me that he has not read one book on evolution. He read all the wild religious information on it. He has not read one solid book. Bro, name the solid book you read on evolution, bro. And then I'll take back the dumb statement. I'll just say you wild. Name one book.
I haven't read one book on evolution.
Thank you. I apologize for calling you dumb, but nigga, you dumb. Because you cannot argue if you have not read the material, and you know better, bro. You too intelligent for that. You're dumb on this subject matter. And like I said, you have not read one book on it. So do me a favor. Do Cedric a favor, because Cedric could get hyped and lose his whole woo. He's in the woo job phase right now. Listen, man, do yourself a favor. You're well read on different subjects. Trust me, you can handle a good book on evolution. Get Donald Pretherow's book, yo. Do this for me.
Well, I haven't read any books, but I do a lot of research.
I don't want to keep.
online.
No, you question me down.
I
now.
do a lot of research
you
online.
showed your home card. I don't want to hear none of that. Here, get this second edition, Evolution. What the fossils say and why it matters. Donald Pretherow, bro. Thick book. Think you can handle it. I'm not gonna keep letting you question me through your ignorance. 101 questions. I'm not doing it, bro, because I can't take it no more at this point. I figured out you haven't read anything, so now for me to continue to argue with you would be dumb. And see, this is what I'm not doing going forward. Once I realize you have not read anything on the thing, then it's my job as a doctor. I'm I'm healing your ass right now. I'm healing you from the little thing in between your head that makes you think you can defeat a subject without even reading on it. See, you really think that. You really think that since white people have been so wild over time that I don't gotta read it. Because since white people talked about it, it got to be wrong. I'm not going to argue with you on that, bro. I've given you the material to read, right? Is this one, the evolution, what fossils say and why. I also want you to get a very, very simple, even simpler book, Bill Nye book. Here you go. Just for everybody. There's some simple shit. Listen to it. Look, undeniable, evolution. Look, evolution and the science of creation. Yeah, bro. Color his face in with a black marker, yo. That way to help you out better. But make him black, right? Color that shit in, and then read it, yo. And then come back and let's have a high level comp. Right now, you got me calling you dumb because you dumb right now, and only a dumb person would do that. That's like running up into a house you're gonna rob and don't know the amount of people in there, don't know what kind of weapons they got in there, and don't know where the damn stash is. You dumb.
Well, just keep in mind, Brother Ankh, that you're calling me dumb, and you said exactly what I said. What I said was that the scientists or people who went out looking for fossils did so based on the theory of evolution.
Stop it.
And that's the same thing that Darwin said. Darwin said it himself.
There's a scientific prediction. So if we find these things that we actually found, it simply corroborates what the prediction was. And now genetics has added more information.
People can't talk at the same time. Hey, Cedric.
Let me speak, Cedric.
Go ahead.
Let me finish, please, Cedric. No, let me finish. He cut me off. What I was saying is Darwin said that these scientists would go out and prove his theory.
But
and
why?
that's what I
Why
said.
would he say that?
No.
No.
Let me finish. You're cutting me off again.
That's why I cut him off.
I know why you cut him. I know.
Because you don't like what I'm saying. That's what Darwin said, and I'm saying that these scientists did just what Darwin said. They went out to prove him right, and they got all these theories around these fossils that neither of you can prove. Neither of you have studied these fossils. You just take their word for it in confidence and in faith. And that's what I'm saying. If that's dumb to you, then I'll be dumb. I've been called dumb before, and I have been dumb before. But if I'm dumb, I'll try to be better. But that's you
took a breath. Hold on.
That adds to my incredulity.
Nope. Let Cedric get in. You took a breath. That means you was done. You about to repeat the same shit again. Go ahead, Cedric.
So Darwin made a scientific prediction. He made a prediction at a certain point in time, as you guys continue to dig for fossils like you've been doing and the different things you've been discovering, you're going to put up in fossils that are going to represent early humans. Theory of evolution. Once they found exactly what was predicted, that it corroborated Darwin's theory. If they didn't find any fossils of early hominids, then Darwin's theory would have not been corroborated. On top of that, we got genetic evidence that substantiates the whole theory of evolution. The theory of evolution is substantiated and corroborated independently by different fields of study. Everything you're doing here is illustrating your incredulity. I'm not going to call you dumb. I'm going to illustrate that you're simply ignorant to the subject matter. That means you haven't done the necessary work to engage in this discussion. That's the part that makes you dumb.
Well, what if I told you that some of the fossils that were later on called Denisovan or Neanderthal were at first called human fossils, but they were changed after the theory?
I would say
They're still human fossils.
Theory. You made
They're
that
still
up.
human fossils.
No, they were Homo
still
sapiens. They were
human
Homo
fossils.
sapiens. They were labeled
they're
as Homo
still
sapiens.
human fossils. Let me blow your mind. At no point in time did it change. They're still human fossils.
And still
No,
human,
they were labeled as Homo sapiens and then changed to Denisovan or Neanderthal.
I know what's wrong with that though.
To fit the theory.
No. See, let me back up. Let's back up. Yeah,
taxonomy.
You doing he doing it wrong, yo. Like, yeah, man, that's not what's actually happening. No, what's actually happening is that you have not read anything on the subject. That's what's really happening.
No, just
listen, bro.
No, I called in with questions about the Denisovan fossils that I had read. You keep saying I haven't read, but I told you about the Denisovan fossils that I had read. There were 5 fossils, and I read about them, and that's why I came in here with these questions. So don't tell me I haven't read. Go ahead, bro.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Just wild.
Let's just me and you gotta listen. We got just take a deep breath, Cedric. It's like a top-notch hitter, yo. You see the pitch before it comes, yo. And we gotta just be calm, yo. I did my slur for the day. Called the man dumb. Then he supported it by saying, I ain't never read nothing on this shit, but hey, son, child, I like you, dog, but come on, yo. Why you doing us like this? Yo? That's not fair, yo. It ain't, yo. Like,
all right. Listen, I have one more question on a different.
I want to say what I want to say. I just wanted to calm down the air.
Okay, I have another question for Cedric.
That's fine. But hold on. You don't even understand what a scientific prediction is. That's the highest thing you can do in science. Watch this, Cedric. Watch I end this career of jumping on this panel like this. Did the first people to walk upright come from Africa, yo? Or North America or Asia? Talking to you, Sunchild.
As far as I know, I would say Africa.
Are you sure?
I believe that's the scientific consensus.
And it supports how Black people are or African people are the first people on Earth. And from that, all humans evolve. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Are you sure?
Well, I have an issue with the whole idea of.
No, stop. I'm asking you, are you sure that Africa is the birthplace of humanity? Do you agree with this statement, bro?
No, what I'm saying is that I'm sure that that's the scientific consensus.
No, I'm asking you. Are you sure that the oldest civilizations reside in Africa, bro? It's another way of asking the same question. Almost.
I'm sure of nothing. I don't know. But as far as
hold on. So let me get this straight. So you don't know where humans started at? Is that what you're doing right now? You ain't told other people in your family that Africa is where humanity started? Literature and writing. You ain't never told them that before, Sunshine?
What I tell them according to science. This is what science says. I don't tell them that I know.
Okay, so let me ask. So you agree with that statement? Because it fits your narrative of Africa being the first moral people and all that, bro. Come on. So so what I'm saying is you just argued a whole hour against the shit you just agreed to, bro. It don't make sense. I'm not sure it's real slow for you, bro. You agree that humans left Africa, yo. You agree to that?
Okay.
And they populated the rest of the earth. Do you agree to that?
Yeah.
Right. But why did you just spend a whole hour disagreeing with that without
I
even
didn't
knowing it?
disagree with that. I
Because you
disagreed with
talking.
the
You
Dennis
did.
Stevens.
No, you
I
didn't.
disagreed with the
No.
Dennis Stevens
No,
and the
you
five
did.
Ps.
Nah. Here you go. I'm
That's
gonna
what
show
I
you.
had
No.
issues with.
No. I'm not gonna let you get off
Because
that easy. No,
the
I'm not.
Denevicans were,
No,
where were
I
the
don't want to hear
Denevicans?
that.
They
I don't
were
want to
in
hear the demon
Asia.
stolen thing. I don't want to hear none of that. We talking about the recent African origin of modern humans is what you agree with. And you talk shit about the very person that first talked about it. Here you go. Let's go to the history. Here you go. Let me show you what you just did to yourself. I'm going to show you what all y'all do. Do this shit willfully too. Here you go. Look. History of the damn theory. This is something you ain't know till just now. Now you know why I called you dumb. Look, the cladic relationship of humans with the African apes was suggested by Charles Darwin after studying the behavior of African apes, one of which was displayed at the London Zoo. Thomas Huxley. He dealt with anatomy. He's an anatomist. Back that. He said had also supported the hypothesis and suggested that African apes have a close evolutionary relationship with humans. These views were opposed by the German biologist Ernest Haeckel, who was a proponent of the Outer Asia theory. Haeckel argued that humans were more closely related to the primates of Southeast Asia and rejected Darwin's African hypothesis, which you just did. It say in the descent of man, Darwin speculated that humans had descended from apes, which still had small brains but walked upright, freeing their hands for using with favorite intelligence. He thought such apes were Africans. Look,
Lucy,
this is a statement you find in this book right here, yo. And your man, God, and Civilization, John Jackson. In each great region of the world, the living mammals are closely related to the extinct species of the same region. It is therefore probable that Africa, see, this is the first dude saying that Africa was formerly inhabited by extinct apes closely aligned to the gorilla and chimpanzee. And as these two species are now man's nearest allies, which they've proved with DNA, it is somewhat more probable that our early progenitors lived on the African continent than anywhere.
Prediction. Science.
Prediction right there, bro.
Beautifully written.
Prediction right there, bro.
Hey,
You
hey,
sitting up here, hold on. Tired of playing with you. See this book
wait,
right here that most black people ain't read? That
is that
most
John?
quote unquote blackologists think they read but ain't really read it and ignore it?
Is that John G. Jackson?
Damn right. You read him, chapter 3, you fuck with him. Look, in 1871, Darwin's Descent of Man was published. And in this book, impressive evidence was deduced, rendering to show that man and anthropoid apes could be traced back to a common ancestor. Watch this. Most of Darwin's contemporaries, white people, judged the continent of Asia to be most likely the birthplace of humanity. But Darwin held that Africa had a better claim to the title of the cradle of mankind, which you agree to. This is Darwin, we are naturally led to inquire. He asserted, where was the birthplace of man? In each great region of the world, the living mammals are closely related to the extinct species of the same region. It is therefore probable that Africa was formerly inhabited by extinct apes closely aligned to the gorilla, chimpanzees, and as their two species are now man's nearest allies, it is somewhat more probable that our progenitors lived on, the African continent than elsewhere else. This is the beginning of the out of goddamn Africa theory, bro, man. that you agree to, but yet you talk wild about Charles Darwin. Then you talk wild about the work that other scientists used on Denisovin, Homonalati, and all these things. You talk wild about that. Knock it off, yo. Either get the hell out the goddamn kitchen, yo, if you can't stand the heat. You can't take bits and pieces of it. It's called science. You can't disrespect Charles Darwin and say he don't know what he's talking about, then follow the very thing that he was actually talking about. It becomes foolery. So you sitting up here for the last hour and a half, fooling yourself, fooling some unrespected African Americans, listening to that shit and think you know what you're talking about. And then you was honest enough to admit, I ain't never really read that. Well, stop saying that Africa is the homeland of the human race. Stop saying it, bro.
So are you saying you can only believe Africa is the homeland of the human race if you believe in evolution?
Nigga, it proves it.
Wow. What?
So
No.
I'm saying, hold on.
Africa?
I'm saying, so hold on. I'm saying,
stop, Africa is the homeland of civilization and humanity believe in the theory of evolution.
Stop, bro. I'm saying, prove it any other way. Because the pyramids in America, the American civilization, they go back to what? 3,500 BCE. Same way in Egypt. So you can't use that. Civilizations run about the same age because there's a glacial stage that occurred. Humans come back out. So go ahead. Besides using evolution, go ahead and prove that Africa is the oldest place for humanity. We listening.
Well,
you had a lot of stuff to say. Well, don't talk about nothing else. Give us your evidence.
Evidence that Africa is the birthplace of humanity
without using evolution. Go ahead.
Well, we know that the Africans have the primary gene for humanity.
Nope, we're not gonna let you use genes because genes is based off of evolution. Take that out your repertoire. Next.
No.
Nope. We're not doing this thing. I'm telling you that genes verify evolution, bro. I'm not doing this with you. Take away genes. Stop.
Genes are not
based
on
evolution. The genes conversation because you can't understand how the Denisovan could be identified off of 5 teeth. So your gene conversation is out the window. You cannot use genetics. You can't use no tenets of science. No.
Yeah, use something else. Do not use genetics. Genetics prove and verify evolution. Go ahead. Try again. Next try.
Genetics alone does not.
I'm telling you right now, use something else.
Evolution.
Use something else, bro. Because Charles Darwin's book is the foundation of evolutionary biology, which is a subset of biology.
Biology is the foundation of modern biology. Without understanding evolution and genetic evolution, you're not going to understand anything about biology. You don't start studying the human body before you start studying other simpler animals like frogs and fish, because the evolutionary process includes those. So we understand the body by studying simpler beings. Please, you cannot. No. But why are we doing this, Ankh? He clearly indicated his incredulity. He does not know, does not understand. He's ignorant to the subject matter. That's why he's making the wild ass claims he's making.
Hey, so watch this, Cedric. He doesn't know that evolution occurs when the frequency of the genes. So it's actually the gene frequency based off of radiation, right? That actually, on a molecular level, that causes on a demi level, that actually causes a macro change. Now he doesn't know that. Like without the frequency and the genes changing, there's no genes changing and the appearance of skin and all that, bro.
Nope. He doesn't get
hold on.
None of it.
So try something else, bro. Sunchild. I don't want to yell. Go ahead with something else, Sunchild.
Well, if you're gonna equate genes with genetic evolution, then that pretty much blocks my response to you. So you've pretty much pulled the rug from under my feet. So there's nothing else.
But you hit your head on the concrete. But you did this an hour ago.
But what you're doing is not fair to equate genes with genetic evolution and the theory of evolution.
Gene, it's gene. Wait. No, Miss Tiff, you right.
is to
Right. Don't talk to Bert, but I want you to know, how do you think you have different colors of human beings, yo? Do you know
mi-
it's the genes? It's called
micro evolution.
right. No,
Micro evolution, yes.
but what's the difference between micro evolution and macro evolution? Do you know?
Yeah, micro evolution can be observed and tested. Macro evolution cannot be observed or tested.
That's not true. So
That
anyway,
is
the
true.
difference between micro
Have
evolution
you
and let me fin
Cedric,
let
Cedric,
me
can you
finish, bro.
observe and test macro evolution?
Let me finish, bro. The
Let
difference
me ask Cedric
between
that question.
let me finish. The difference between microevolution and macroevolution is the size, bro. The size, SIZE.
Yes,
That's the only
right.
difference. Hold on. I want you to know that they have actually observed lizards evolving. I want you to know that they have
Micro
observed
evolution.
Charles Darwin finches evolving in nature.
That's micro evolution.
No. It's
That is
the whole
micro
fucking
evolution.
it's the whole bird, bro.
What did
They
the bird
observed
turn
that whole
into?
birdie, bro.
It was
You know
only
I
the
Speciation
do
beak.
this.
is
It was only the beak.
Bro,
macroevolution.
you know I
It was
do this.
it
I
was
do
only
this
the
for
beaks.
real.
Only the beaks of the bird changed. The bird
Oh
did not
my
change into a
God.
turtle.
This
Only
man
the
is crazy.
beaks. That's
Oh,
micro evolution.
hey, Cedric. All right, stop.
Cedric,
I gotta stop you.
Cedric,
So hold
when
on,
have
wait,
we observed
whoa.
macro
I'm gonna let you get it,
evolution?
Cedric.
When have we
I'm
observed and tested
listen, I'm
macro
gonna stop you.
evolution,
Hold on, let
Cedric?
me stop. Look, I gotta put you in mute time. Come on, sunchild, stop. Listen.
Okay.
So for everybody listening, yo, a bird turned into a turtle is foolery. That's not evolution. That's called foolery. No evolutionary scientist has ever said anything. That's not evolution. That's not true. That's not evolution. That's foolery. Just so you know, that's not what evolution says. Evolution does not
What is
purport the
macro
origin of life.
evolution?
I don't know what that's foolery. What evolution says is that
What is
over
macro
time,
evolution, Cedric?
no. What evolution says is that over time, those beaks will adapt to an environment. So
That's
if you're trying
micro
to get the worm,
evolution.
so that's what evolution says. So if you got a bird that has a beak, if you got 10 birds and they all got 5 of them got longer beaks and 5 of them got shorter beaks, right? And
Yeah.
the weather, hold on, bro, and they're getting worms out the dirt. And the weather changed, a weather front coming, a drought coming, right? And now you can't just get the worms on top. You got to be able to get the worms down. So you need a bigger beak. And so the ones out of the 10 birds, the ones with the longer beaks, right, will reach the age of reproduction because they're getting more food and they will have viable offspring. Those birds that are giving birth, right? Some of them will have larger beaks. And over time, the population of finches will have larger beaks that can deal with the drought. Now, watch this. Now, when the drought is no longer in play where it's raining again, now the birds with the shorter beaks will be able to get to the worms, right? More available than the ones with the longer beaks. And now, over time, the population of finches will have shorter beaks. That's evolution occurs in the population, bro. Not in a
That's
single
micro evolution.
organism. That's evolution.
Micro.
So the beak, so the variation in beak size is
You're not
evolution. You
listening.
just don't understand it. I'm shutting up. Go ahead, man.
That's you just explained micro evolution. Cedric, can you explain what macro evolution is to us?
Well, brother, this when you talk about a turtle becoming a bird, or if nobody have seen a pineapple become a man or a mouse, these illogical and irrational statements, which again is based in your incredulity. That means you do not understand monophynology, right?
What is macro evolution, Cedric?
Macroevolution is exactly what Ankh explained just now, speciation.
No, that's micro. That's micro evolution.
If you're gonna insist on your ignorance, then go ahead. Microevolution, right, are these changes that lead up to eventually produce a visible phenotypical difference. That is not done in one generation. That is done over multiple microevolutionary steps, which lead to eventually producing a visible change. That is over time that happens. But every group, every phylology remains the same over time. You're not going to go from a reptile to becoming a mammal. If that ever happens, that would uproot the foundation of evolution. You never go from a placental to a marsupial or vice versa. That is not what happens in evolution. So again, everything you are illustrating is illustrating your ignorance and your attempt to undermine the scientific, undermine science. And my question to you is, to what end? To what end? What is your objective?
All right.
What,
Well, since you didn't,
what are you trying to prove? Now I'm asking you one simple question. What are you trying to prove?
I am trying to prove, or I'm trying to prove that I'm not convinced of the Denisovans based on the evidence, the fossil evidence. That's why I came on in the first place.
That's fine.
Now,
And we understand why you would not be convinced. Because you lack the prerequisite information to establish a credible position on the subject matter.
Okay.
So we're not even, we don't have to discuss that. Your ignorance to the subject matter is on display by means of your question. So again, what is your objective, overall objective? Even if you don't understand the how a Denisovan can exist, right? What is that? Is that part of your overall subject matter? Because you seem to want to be undermining the tenets of science at every turn that you get. And my question is, what is your overall objective?
Well, my overall objective, if I have one, is to simply be a skeptic and to challenge the fact that science and the theory of evolution is touted so confident, and to the point where if someone disagrees, they are being ridiculed and called dumb and ignorant of the facts, even from people themselves who are not scientific in this field per se. They will tell you that they hold this in confidence. They don't do any science.
I called you dumb because you dumb.
Yeah,
I called you dumb because you speak on a subject and you have not read the books on the damn subject. You would at least have to read a small book on evolution. That's why you dumb. And I told you why you was dumb. I didn't say you was dumb because you was dumb as a person. I didn't say you was dumb because you didn't know nothing. What I said was, and I made it super clear, you're dumb because you're talking about evolution. You have not read one damn book on evolution. At least I had enough sense to read a book on goddamn linguistics before I came to Saw. At least I had a basic working knowledge of it. You don't even have a basic working knowledge of evolution, bro. That's why I called you dumb. And not for the reason you're saying. Knock it off, man. Come on with that, bro. You doing too much for no reason, yo. You trying to, now you're going to use, oh, yeah, I'm ridiculed. Unc ain't a scientist, but yeah, they call me dumb. Yeah, Unc can call you dumb because Unc got plenty of books on reading the subject matter. I even wrote a book my damn self. You should read it. It might help you out. I'll send you a free copy, bro. Nah, I changed my mind. I ain't giving you nothing. You got to pay for that.
Yeah. Well,
you definitely got to pay for that.
Well, since neither of you guys actually answered the
this
question,
for you. This for you, bro. Macroevolution. This for you. This for everybody. It's called Evolution Evo 101, yo. This Berkeley University. Right here got macroevolution. Right? Everything you want to know about macroevolution. Not only macroevolution, then it got microevolution. Look, it's all here. Look, macroevolution, microevolution. Defining microevolution. Let's define it. It's right here.
Well, we know what microevolution is. That's being macro.
Listening to you, bro. You ain't read none of this. Microevolution is evolution on a small scale within the single population. That means narrowing our focus to one branch of the tree of life. So now you ain't even know that.
No,
you had it wrong. And what I told you, I said, bro, I'm talking. What I told you was the difference between macroevolution and microevolution was the damn size, bro. I told you that. And I'm gonna read it again. Microevolution is evolution on a small scale, bro, within a single population. That means that narrowing our focus to one branch of the tree of life.
Right.
If you could zoom in on one
evolution
of the tree,
species.
man, you talking while I'm talking, yo. Matter of fact, yo, I'm gonna do both of us a favor, yo. Bye. Holler at you next time, yo. Study up a little bit, bro. because you playing with me now, yo. And you're going to get me all outside myself. And I feel like it wasn't actually a waste of time because we got it in a little bit, right? Now you're just being a complete nut now. Now you're not as smart as I thought you was. Now I got to take back all the compliments I gave you, bro. Because when a man admits to himself, bro, I don't know what marijuana is, but you just argued about marijuana. You never even read a book on marijuana. You never been around nobody. But yet you arguing this shit. I wasn't even raised that way. My father said, nigga, shut the hell up. If you don't understand what oxygen is and how it's made up and its chemical makeup, and you arguing against this man, he's giving you sources, then you just dumb, nigga. That's how my father used to tell me, boy, you dumb. I had to realize what he was saying. It wasn't a knock. He was saying, before you get into an argument with intelligent people, at least have some understanding of both sides of the conversation. You can't just argue from one side. And this community is rough with that. You asking questions like a damn new whopping, 101 questions, and you don't even understand the answers, because in the answers was actual real education. Only one guy loud was me. Cedric was good. And for me, I felt like it wasn't a waste of time, because we like to do our thing. We like to give good sources. We can show you where you was wrong. And I can always show these wild black algae people how they wrong, because they all support the fact that humans come from Africa. It's a badge of honor. We first. But yet when you realize it was Charles Darwin, then you stuck. You ain't even answered that. You ain't answered how you gonna deal with Charles Darwin. You agree with Charles Darwin. You so ignorant on the subject, you don't even know you agree with Charles Darwin. You didn't even know that Charles Darwin was one of the first people to say that humans come from Africa. But yet you argue that shit for 2 hours. So my father would say you's a dumb nigga. He was saying like that, you're a dumb nigga. And after I got taught my father saying that, I'm like, oh, let me read. Yeah, nigga. He say, read. Then the nigga was the first, he gave my first books to read, Negro in America. Nigga, read. My father taught himself how to read. I don't know how the hell he did it. The nigga moved out when he was 13, 14, lived with his own. At 13, my father was living by his damn self. Nigga taught himself how to read. He dropped out of school. True story. Every day of my life when I woke up, I seen my father reading the damn newspaper. He taught us how to read the newspaper. He said, nigga, read the newspaper. That's how I taught myself. So you arguing top-notch level. It's crazy to me at this point. And then you admit it. You admit it. I knew you didn't read no books on the subject. I'm not saying you got to go be a Rhodes Scholar on evolution. I ain't even saying that, yo. I'm saying you could at least read the Wikipedia article. At least read the Botanica article. That's what I did for Saw. I read the whole Encyclopedia Botanica article on it. I read the whole Encyclopedia Wikipedia article on it. And then we got a book, right? We got a book. The book is called right here, yo. African Linguistics, yo. An introduction. And I read the whole section on Afro-Asiatic. And I corresponded with an expert on the subject. Then I was ready to say, I saw you wow. But before that point, everybody, I ain't argue with that man. Because he can always pull a card. Well, you don't know that. You can always do that shit. You sit here for an hour and let me do you like that. Bro, go back to the drawing board, man. You way sharper than that, yo. Well, you only sounding wild right now because you're not adhering to the way you was raised. You was raised to read, yo. You know it like I know it. I can tell the way your speech is. I can tell by your etiquette, yo. You was actually raised to read, yo. So I want to ask you a question, 100,000 questions person. Why is it that you're going against your own upbringing? Answer that, dog. Who got you out of your own upbringing? You was raised to read intelligently, to speak a certain way, to have a certain demeanor. You do that no matter how crazy I get, yo, you keep it right there, yo. That means you was programmed that way. So I want to know, yo, what made you change your stance on being a person that's well read on the subject before you open your fat mouth about it? What changed, bro?
Well, it hasn't changed. I haven't read any textbooks per se, but I have read up on evolution and the theory to know the basics. But going back to microevolution and macroevolution, I think we haven't gotten to the bottom of the differences there. The small scale that you're talking about is within
Nope, we're gonna
species
read it. Nope,
evolution.
nope, nope.
Evolution
Me and you is
within
too
species.
dumb. We two dummies right now. Me and you. Nope, nope. We're not gonna do it. Berkeley got both of his beat. You said it yourself. Ankh talking shit, and he ain't. You're right. Here you go. Can you see this, brother?
I cannot. It's rather small on the screen.
How about
So
now? How about now? How about now?
I'm on a phone, brother. So
No,
if
how
you could
about now?
read
Can
it,
you see? Look, no, I'm not reading nothing. Can you see it
yeah.
now? Full scale.
Yeah, microevolution is evolution on a small scale within a single population. That means narrowing our focus to one branch of the tree of life. Like I said, it's within species. Macroevolution is not within
No,
species.
keep reading. If what?
If you could zoom in on one branch of the tree of life scale, the insects, for example, you would see another phylogeny relating all the different insect lineages. If you continue to zoom in, selecting the branch representing beetles, you would see another phylogeny relating different beetle species. You could continue zooming in until you saw the relationships between beetle populations.
There you go, bro.
Good.
There
Now
you
let's
have
go to
it.
macro. Now let's go to macroevolution.
All right, let's go to macroevolution. All right, here you go.
Macroevolution is evolution on a grand scale.
So
What
we got this right. First, micro is all evolution though. They do not separate it. One is just on a smaller scale. Now go ahead.
right.
Macroevolution is what?
Is evolution on a grand scale. What we see when we look at the overarching history of life, stability, change, lineages arising, and extinction.
Keep going.
So
Here you can what?
here
Examine.
you can examine the patterns of macroevolution in evolutionary history and find out how scientists investigate deep history.
So there you go, yo. So one is just zeroing into one branch, and the other is looking at the whole overall thing, bro. That's the difference,
Right,
yo. You can't come
right.
up with your own thing, bro. What
Well,
you
that's a
can't.
very vague, that
So you
definition you
can't
just
use
gave is
that
so vague.
creationist notion of what macro means, which is a crossing of species, which never happens,
Right.
and evolution never says that. So that would uproot the tenets of evolution. Like I told you, you're misinterpreting these stuff because you're arguing from a position of incredulity. You do not know what these terms mean, and you use them incorrectly.
Okay, so maybe I do have a poor understanding of what macroevolution is stating. Then perhaps you can
No
help me
zebra
understand.
is never turning into no cheetah. It's never
Yeah, that ain't
happened. It's
evolution.
never going to happen. You're like,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah,
Like
that's crazy
who
talk.
thinks that? Who in their right mind thinks that that is the process of evolution?
Okay, does evolution speak about the one
So
common
now, no,
ancestor?
let me ask you a question. Do you
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
understand
called
that the
Luca. It's
basic
called
tenets of
Luca.
the subject matter that you do not understand them? If you're confused about macro and micro evolution, what that actually means, do you understand that you lack sufficient understanding of the subject matter to have any questions at this point? That you need a whole
No,
lot more reading to be done?
Here you go,
no,
bro.
no, you haven't
Do you
convinced me
understand
that.
that? Do you fundamentally
No,
understand that?
no, you haven't convinced me that I lack the total
Well,
understanding
here,
that you
read
think I
this.
have.
You just asked a question. You're gonna answer. Read that. Go. I know you can see it is big enough. Go ahead. It's called Luca. Go ahead.
The last universal common ancestor is hypothesized to have been a common ancestral cell from which the three domains of life, the bacteria, the archaea, and the eukarya, originated. It is suggested to have been a cellular organism that had a lipid bilayer and used DNA, RNA, and protein. In general, the Luca is considered the point or stage at which the domains of life diverged from the precursing forms of life 3.5 to 3.8 billion years ago, at which the domains of life diverged from the precursing forms of life. The nature of this point or stage of divergence remains a topic of research.
There you go, bro.
The theory, well, yeah. So what we're saying is going back to the zebra and the cheetah. Are you saying that the zebra and the cheetah don't have a common ancestor?
The zebra's in the horse family with the hooves. But yeah, but look right here. Look, you see this? Here you go. Look, you see this, right? See,
Mm-hmm.
Luca. Now come over to the brown. See how they diverge. See that brown and that reddish. That's the diverging point, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And look at this. You got to go to the animals. Look. So from green plants, look at all that fungi. They got different diverging points. So right here, animals, cheetahs, and horses and humans are all animals. They all fit in this category right here. Animals, yo. See the difference?
Mm-hmm.
So there is a point where a cheetah and a damn horse will diverge, yo.
Herbivore, carnivore diversion.
Yep.
Herbivore. What do you mean herbivore? What's herbivore?
Herbivore,
Herbs.
carnivore divergence.
They eat
Okay.
herbs. They only like cows don't eat meat, yo. They can
All right.
only eat.
Let's just focus on animals. And do all animals or creatures have the same common ancestor?
Yeah, and you know what it's called. Now go ahead. 'Cause you know I
No,
got
go
them.
ahead. You're right.
called body.
The question at this point to me is just silly for us to be entertaining these questions. I just told you the point of divergence from between these two separate mammal species is the carnivore and herbivore point. Somewhere in the evolutionary track, these two diverge. At this point, there is no zebra. There is no cheetah.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm not sure if if you're answering my question. But let's go to the human evolution as far as macro evolution is concerned. How does macro evolution fit into the human genome?
What you mean?
There is no macro evolution. That's our micro evolution, because you're gonna go into the phenology, right, of our particular Homo genus and grouping. So from the time you mentioned human evolution, you enter into the realm of the micro evolution. There is no macro evolution. What are you talking about? Macro evolution looks at the whole picture.
How about the idea that humans and apes have a common ancestor? So there's a common ancestor from which apes evolved and a common ancestor from which humans evolved. Is that correct?
Yeah, point of divergence, yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's macro evolution because
you messed up what you just read, yo. Go back to what you just read.
That's macro
micro evolution.
No, it say macro says macro is right here. Damn, it say macro evolution is the evolution on a grand scale, yo. And then they give you the archaea. You read it, and I showed you the thing. You ain't gonna never learn it trying to fight us, because you fighting with wild ass. Look, this is the macro evolution. Then they give you the archaea, eukaryotics, bacteria, and relatives. It say you're here. Look, you right here, dog. This the macro. So when you deal with the macro evolution, right? It's on a grand scale. You looking on a grand scale, nigga. We looking at all the goddamn shit. Now, microevolution, we just going, we gonna go down. Look, then we go to microevolution definition. Here you go. What we're gonna do is we just gonna look microevolution. The definition at. Oh man, that my fault. Let me see. Definition. Yeah, microevolution. Look, it's evolution on a small scale within a single population. So what's the single population, yo? Let's use the single population that's in Kenya, yo. Population of what? Ants. Population of what? Humans. Population of zebras, yo. That would be microevolution, yo. That means narrowing our focus to one branch of the tree of life. Where was the tree of life at? I just showed you what the tree of life at. I showed you the tree of life with Luca. This is the tree of life. That's the tree of life, yo, with Luca, yo. By the way, this tree of life right here is what your man wrote, Charles Darwin. A tree of life like this one from Charles Darwin's notebook in July 1837 implies a single common ancestor at its roots. Come on, yo. You ain't gonna win this. You not. Look. It's right here. Look, Luca. This it. So when we go down, so when we just triangulate micro, when we just go to one single population, yo, it's really microevolution, yo. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you can actually get this website, you can read it, yo, and say, yo, I'm gonna get away from YouTube for a minute, yo. I'm gonna get away from Ankh because Ankh just a nut. He howling, screaming, he a fool. I can't learn. Read the website to yourself, yo. Drink a cup of coffee, smoke your cigarette, your weed, whatever you do, yo, and get away from YouTube, yo, and read the website. Then come back.
Okay.
It's not hard. Here, I'm gonna put it in the bag for you. This is all you need to know. This is evolution, understanding evolution, yo. This is my go-to right here. I ain't lost yet. I ain't gonna lose. You ain't gonna. I mean, it's incredible. Here, this for you, yo. In the back. I hope you can get it off your phone.
So again, incredulity on display. You do not even understand what micro and macro evolution means.
He do now.
You want to make a claim.
He does now. Now he might not accept it, but at least he know now. Now we know he know. It's just going to micro is going to the population, right? Macro is looking at all life on Earth. Scale. I told him. But go ahead.
Do all mammals have a common ancestor?
Yeah, yo. Of course
Can
they
you
do.
explain?
That's what make them mammals.
Can you explain how different mammals diverged from that common ancestor?
No, a mammal is a mammal. Look at the damn elephant. Look at you. They both mammals. What makes you a mammal? Why would they put you in the category of mammal? Do you know?
Let Cedric answer that.
All right, go ahead, Cedric.
No, I know what makes an elephant and a human being all mammals. What makes us mammals?
Well, the question is, do all mammals have a common ancestor?
Yes. What makes us all mammals?
Okay, that's the question. What makes us all mammals?
I'm asking you. Have you a clue?
No, I'm asking you.
Warm blood.
So you don't know. All mammals, mammalians have mammal glands. That means they give milk. They produce milk for their offspring. You know why we're all placental animals also?
Mm-hmm.
What makes us common to a mouse? We're all placental. You know what that means?
No.
We give live birth. So these are all taxonomy, categories that things are put in. So all mammals have a common ancestor. Are you an elephant? Are you a whale?
So the idea that elephants and whales have a common ancestor, that's not considered macroevolution?
Yeah, when you focusing on the population of elephants, that's the microevolution. You just deal with that population. And then micro, when you start to deal with not only the elephants, you start dealing with the humans and all that. Looking at it on a grander scale. I just told you. See?
How can you read exactly what it means and come back with a question that goes against what you just read?
Because it's going to take time like it took me and you and everybody else. It take time, yo. At a certain point, you're going to say, damn, I don't know as much as I thought I knew. And you're going to have to be quiet Like my father said, yo, shut the hell up, man, and go read. Then come back and ask a better informed question. And then when I can no longer answer the questions, yo, then we go ahead and we send you to the experts. And you look at expert videos, and then you start to understand that better. Then you come back and then you apologize to me. And then I'll take back the dumb comment. I'm like, you ain't dumb. You proved yourself not to be dumb. Now you've educated yourself. Hey, it ain't me, bro. I rely on the experts. You can actually you can go to take a college class for free. I don't know why you don't do that. Go on, forget the name of the thing. You can go in there and take a free class at shit. Oh man. North Carolina, Duke University. You can go right on that Coursera and take a free class on evolution, yo. And then yell at the screen and tell him he'll know what he's talking about. I'm trying. I cannot believe I can't find this thing. Man, this is called.
And you know, skepticism applies a thing called epistemology. There's a methodology when you're engaged in skepticism. It's a process by verifying and substantiating what you know. So you cannot be a skeptic by being a contrarian and just being opposed. Skepticism, being a skeptic means that you're going to put all information through the same process, and you're going to apply the rules of epistemology to substantiate how you know what you know, right? So the claim you're making of being a skeptic is rather false, because to be a skeptic, you will have to engage in the material. When our skepticism towards religions are on display, it is because we have actually engaged with these religions, read the doctrines, been through the practices to reach to the point that we say, no, there is no validity to the claims. But when you're trying to undermine the tenets of science without even understanding what is being said, that to me is wild. You're going to make a claim using terms like micro and macro evolution without having an awareness of what these terms actually mean. That, my brother, is wild. That is not skepticism. That is just wild. That's belief. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Why I don't believe it, I don't know, but I don't believe it because I don't think they could possibly. No way, that is not likely. I just don't believe it. There is no skepticism there. There is only belief and emotional reaction to the information. You're not being a skeptic. Let's correct that statement within itself.
Yeah, it's probably be hard. You know, have somebody that called you dumb, you ain't trying to listen to them anyway, yo. I did that on purpose, yo. I want you to just stay hard-headed. You ain't gonna listen to me, yo. You don't want to lose. You're like, come on, yo. We not. Ghana, where you at?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm relaxing. What up, Ankh?
That's good. Don't turn up too much. I can't turn up no more. I'm done. Get me tomorrow, yo. What though? Go ahead and get it in. Then let Brassy go. What's up?
Yeah, I don't even got none right now because y'all are deep in the conversation. And I got no objections right there. So
all right, appreciate you. You fighting a good fight. Brassy, what's up, bro?
What's going on, bro?
You know, having fun.
Yeah, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Ankh and Cedric, this is literally this is where y'all try to have high-level conversations with people that don't have basic education.
Yeah.
It's just, and it's not even, and I ask all the time, what is your point? What are you hoping to gain by arguing all of this stuff? Not y'all, I'm saying for him. That would be my question to Sunchild. What is the end game Are you just skeptic? Because you said you got a group of skeptics, which is comical, but what is the end game? Like, what is the end game goal of all of this? Because right now you're just asking questions. So are you just wanting to be heard, or are you actually trying to learn? And I mean, no disrespect. I sound super condescending, and I'm trying my hardest not to, but we just sat here and listened to you for an hour and a half, and it feel like you know no more than from the beginning than what you know now. So what is the end game of you and your group of skeptics? Good talk, man. Good talk. Go ahead, Mr. Morpheus. I got a headache.
Hey, Sunchild. Hey, this the answer to your question though about the body, right here. It's called the genetic toolkit. All right. Embryo development is basically showing that, you know, all mammals and shit, all animals got the same body plan, meaning that they had to come from a common ancestor because they share the same body plans, yo. And they show you the embryo development. It's called the homebox genes, right? And if you look at this right here, I know this shit gonna be wild. That's gonna be too complicated. Hold on. If you look at this right here, you see that picture, and you see these little dots at the bottom of that daggone gorilla. So each one of them balls is actually a gene, a homebox, a toolkit, homebox genes, and these genes is lit up or acts affect the growth of each one of these body segments. And so Neil Subin and Sean Curl discuss homebox genes, a set of genes that produce basic body plans in all animals. In 1994, Walter Genring discovered the Eilish gene, right? I only got to read this. The Eilish gene is the gene that you found in fruit flies. They found it in fruit fly first. It's the gene that makes the development of eye. They say the Eilish gene, which guides formation of fruit fly eyes. They say as an experiment, Genring put a mouse's eyelid gene, look, into a fruit fly. Now watch this, y'all, resulting in normal fruit fly eyes. The same holds true for homebox genes for wings, legs, and even heads. So the same gene to develop your big head and my big head is the same gene to develop heads of other animals. It's the same gene. This discovery indicates that animals descended from, look, a single common ancestor that passed along to them a set of homebox genes used to build a wide variety of forms from just a few basic body plans. Yeah, everybody learned something. Ben understood that. Huh. Explain that, Sherlock. That's how you know we all interconnected. Go ahead, Morpheus. I don't know where Sunchild at. Where you at, Sunchild? Probably go ahead, Morpheus.
Yo, let me say this, right? If people reject the model, because science gives a model that explains things. If you reject it, and you have the right to reject it, if you reject the scientific model that explains things, then you have to counter it with a model that does explain things. Would you agree?
Yep, it's called religion.
Right.
Oh, we back.
But you can't just reject a model without coming with another model, right? A counter model that explains it, right? So I hear people always rejecting the scientific model that explains things. Yet when I always ask them, okay, since you reject it, you give me a model. Let me see your model that explains, not just explains, but demonstrates it. And it never happens.
Who rejects science?
Huh?
You said the people are rejecting science. Who's rejecting science? Is it a group or something?
No. I'm saying models. When we explain things with scientific models, when we break it down and we show you, we demonstrate, we show you the science, we show you the experts. We literally show it, and we always have people that rejects what we're presenting, or what Ankh is permitting, or what Cedric is submitting. They reject it. But I'm saying, in order to reject it, I try to figure out on what grounds are you rejecting it, unless you do you have a counter explanation for what science is explaining? Is there a counter?
Great point, Morpheus. And that is why I ask him, how can you try to undermine the science by first not understanding what the process is, how we can reach to said conclusion, not understanding the body of work, and on the other side, having nothing to stand on. So your process is just to undermine the scientific process and put it into question. You're not actually you don't have anything to stand on. And this is simply a tactic that all creationists, aka spiritual people, aka God did it, use as an argument. At the end of the day, it's a clear indication of where you actually stand on this subject.
All right, so I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong there. I don't think people that practice spirituality or come from this angle are rejecting science. I think we're combining the two, and I think that's where you guys keep getting it confused. We understand that it takes both, to have full understanding of the world we live in, and you guys seem to think it only takes science alone. You can only see the world from one angle. So let me give you an example of what I'm saying.
I wasn't finished, bro.
What we're trying to do here both what?
Is you have
said it takes both. What does it take?
All right,
both
so it's my turn to talk, right?
I don't know what you're talking
about. No, it's not your turn. I wasn't finished.
You cut Morpheus off.
Yeah, you completely cut me off.
I'm sorry. I'm coming in 3.5 hours later. My fault. I thought y'all got your point. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So again, back to what I was saying, to add on to what I was saying, we understand that science has a methodology. We understand the scientific method.
You gotta echo.
That ain't me. I didn't have one before.
You gotta mute Sunchild. He's sun gazing.
Everybody mute your mic.
Yeah, he's sun gazing.
Yeah, that wasn't me because I didn't have one before.
Matter of fact, Sunchild in here twice.
Yeah, I got him out.
Okay. All right, so look, what I was saying, right? We understand the scientific method, correct? Every last one of us, at least I think most of us do, understand the scientific method, or at least we understand that there is a scientific method, right? So for you spiritual people, I keep asking, what is the spiritual method? What is the spiritual method? We know what the scientific method is. What is the spiritual method?
You got to
mute. If I may speak, if I may speak, I think we all know what the spiritual method is without getting into it. But if I may speak to your analogy,
we don't know.
Let me just let me speak to
YouTube channel. Close the YouTube channel.
Okay.
Close that.
I'm afraid I'm not sure how to do it without kicking myself out again.
Oh, just go to YouTube because you're playing two things at the same time. You got the YouTube up. Hit the pause.
PAUSE.
Don't they have an echo cancel?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Good.
No, you still got an echo.
Go out and come back.
Leave. Just leave.
Evolve and come back.
Forget to come back.
I don't know.
Why stop using all these streaming services and use this instead?
So was he going to explain?
Go ahead. See, that's you though, Sunchild. Go ahead, Morpheus.
I was saying, was he going to explain to us the spiritual method? Is that what he was
Right.
about to do?
Morpheus,
he
don't
about
nobody
to-
want to hear the
Nope,
spiritual
he
method.
wasn't. He just said we all know what that method is and want
Yeah, I
to
don't know what
run
that
that
shit
stuff
is.
down.
And I
I
don't want
thought
to
it
hear
was
it. It's
thinking it was
made
the
up.
best idea. Make it spiritual. Everybody agree with it. I ain't got no. It's subjective, yo. One who got the best idea, we gonna go with it. It sound good. We came from heaven. No, we didn't. We came from the tree. That sound even better. They
Yeah.
came from the tree and him give y'all $30 a piece. Oh, they all come from the tree over time. Everybody think I'm
Well,
Oh, that's
it
the
came
method.
from a burning bush,
So,
Ankh. It's better than
hey,
coming from
Morpheus,
a
though.
tree. Mine came from a
Oh, so
burning bush
Cedric, you
and was
telling
hot.
me, Cedric, you telling me that's the method?
that's the method, yo.
The method is whatever I make up that sound better than whatever you make up.
Hey, y'all gonna hear the
Yo,
counter side? Y'all gonna hear the counter? Or y'all just gonna keep going?
we don't
No,
want no
but
damn
what's
counter.
both?
You
All
don't
right,
got no
if,
counter. What's the
yeah,
what's
but
the
Ghana,
spiritual method?
Ghana, what's
Ghana?
So
both? When you say
am
both,
I
what
gonna
do you
get a
mean?
chance or are you scared?
I know, but just
Only if
before
you
you
answer
start
this
talking,
question.
just what is
Am I
What's
gonna
both?
the
get a chance or
spiritual
y'all gonna be
method?
scared?
What
But
is
what
the
is
Tell
both?
spiritual
me when you
method?
got scared.
What's the spiritual method?
Nobody's
Go ahead.
okay. Go ahead.
It's just I already explained it to you when I just gave you a couple seconds ago. You're dealing with the same thing. Science and spirituality are one, but spirituality is recognizing that things go above and beyond that. Just like when science, you understand that. Just like in science, you understand that you have
Above and beyond what?
above and beyond just the basic
Nigga,
the
Buzz
basic rules
Lightyear
of
is up,
science.
up,
But
beyond and
listen,
beyond, yo. You Buzz
don't
Lightyear,
cut,
yo.
don't. Hey, listen, don't cut me off. Don't cut me
So
off.
these are the
But you
Okay,
questions that we
let me give you
need
let me
answered. Because
start with
let me get
when you
no
above and
say
listen,
above
beyond.
and beyond,
listen. Now here
that's
we
a
go. Here we
very
go
You
talking
vague.
over
just
me.
said
Here
That's
we
a
go
certain
very
talking
and
over me.
vague
spirituality is the
Hey,
terminology.
listen, I
same
just
thing,
got
but we
on.
supposed to listen to the
Got
rest.
on. Don't
You
talk
So you're
said
over
gonna
me.
continue
science
to
Listen,
and
I
speak.
just got on.
spirituality
Don't
So
is the
start talking
same
over me.
thing, but we
Don't get
supposed to listen to the
you're
rest of
gonna
it.
continue to speak, but
Oh my
expound on what
God.
above and beyond means.
don't talk over me. Now
Yeah, we want
listen,
to know
here's an
beyond and
example.
beyond is, yeah.
Listen, shut up. Here's an example. Now here's an example.
You just
If
tell me
you
to shut up.
listen.
Hey,
Black
whoa,
hole
that
got
shut.
him.
Hey, whoa there, bud. Whoa there,
Whoa
buddy.
there, buddy.
Whoa there.
That black hole vicious on
You
my
don't come
finger.
over
The
here and
black
tell
hole.
nobody
Don't
shut
come
up.
over here telling nobody. You right. I'm telling
But you
nobody
know
to
what
shut
I'm
up.
saying though, they start off the premise of saying science and spirituality is the same thing.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear anything you say after that.
Right.
Once you say that, the rest of your conversation is stopped.
You
You
out
don't
the
even get
contest.
the privilege to stop.
Yeah, we
And,
know you
and
ain't read no
Morpheus,
books.
can I say something to Morpheus real quick? And I ain't trying to be funny, Morpheus. I would have a dialogue with you. You come on here and say the same thing when we talk to pseudos every time. Will they present a counter argument? These are people that have not gotten past 3rd and 4th grade biology, and you want them to present something else. Like, I get your point, and I understand where you're going with it, but I think you and probably even me, we just expect too much at this point. They are looking for proof. Ankh says it all the time. Science is not an absolute. So there will always be someone else saying something. You could find a paper that goes against anything. But here's the problem. Here's the base problem. Science is a consensus. It's not about 100 people out of 100 people believe this. No, it's not. It's a consensus. We go with the consensus. We don't go with the random dude on the mountain in Iowa that says evolution is not real. And what they're hiding is because they're trying to be conscious, but it's really just blackety, 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 black. Because they're talking about Darwin, but they're not thinking about Edmund Stone. They're not thinking about Al Jahiz. They just go straight to Darwin because he's white. Why listen to him? And that's such a sad way to live your life, that everything white is just wrong. And I land my plane. But I respect you, Morpheus, and said, and Ankh. I just don't have the patience. I don't have the patience, y'all got.
Now, I was having fun, man. I felt like we could get out, me and Cedric, could kind of double team the bro and have some good fun. And, good Ghana know I put him on the black hole stage, yo. As soon as you say beyond, beyond nature, yo, that's me up and beyond. We know you talking about beyond nature. Then we don't understand why
Beyond
you're saying,
nature. That is complete and utter foolery. Let me say this again.
Yeah, man.
Time, space-time is reality. And that encompasses the whole of reality. Universe, the planets, the stars, the moon, all the galaxies, that's reality.
Yeah.
When you talk about the supernatural, when you talk about above and beyond, you're talking about outside of that. And that, my friend, is outside of reality. And no one ever, ever, ever in this universe is going to tell you something that is about outside of reality. So within reality, the nonsense you're talking about doesn't exist.
All right. May I speak on?
Nope, Ghana was
May I
talking.
speak
We
on?
always want to give Ghana his time. Ghana.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, let
All right. So
Ghana
now, all right. So
Explain the
that
method. Explain it for us.
okay. So let's see.
Can
You
you?
guys like science, so let's look
No,
at
no,
the
no. Can you explain the spiritual method?
let's look at the Rice test. Are you familiar with the Rice test?
The what?
The
Are
Rice
you
test.
explaining it? Are you
Okay,
explaining?
you're not. Okay, you're not. So everyone listening,
No,
paying attention to the show.
we
So
don't
you want to
understand what you're
Google it.
saying.
Go Google the Rice test. You want to see what happens.
Rice, like
What
rice?
happens? Yes, stop talking. Let's see what happens when you take some rice, you put it in a jar, and you speak over it negatively versus speaking over to it positively. You can do this with rice. You can.
If y'all think I'm gonna sit up here and listen to that and argue with that man, my challenge.
Humna over the rice.
Oh my God, bro.
Can you pray over a grain of rice and it become 50,000 grains of rice?
Cedric, he went from
Then you're
science
doing
to
something.
spirituality. He went
I'll
from
explain the
saying
spiritual
science and
method.
spirituality, and then he started talking about praying over some damn
rice.
I'll explain the spiritual method. May I explain the
Ghana,
spiritual
you my
method?
man. Hold on, sunchild. Don't get mixed up in that. Don't get... Ghana. Hey man, I didn't know you was gonna give us the right test, bro. The rice test.
Over
the rice. It turns brown rice. If you speak
so what
positive over the rice,
happens
it turns
what
white
happens
rice.
if I yell over a loaf of bread?
Damn. Hey, go ahead. Hey, sunchild. Can you do better than that? We just want to know. Now we're in joke time. Cedric, we're in official. Brassy, Morpheus, we're in official joke time now. This is when something was said. It was so ridiculous that we're no longer taking any part of these conversations. We're now coming with the best jokes possible. Man, y'all listening to the morning afternoon show. Bobby Bang. Y'all know what it is, man. Hit the Cash App, man. We in joke time now. Everything will be jokes.
All right.
Hit the Cash App, by the way. We having fun. Hit the Cash App. Hey, Sunchild, go ahead. Explain the spiritual method to us.
I will proceed at my own, I will proceed at my own risk.
It's your own.
The spiritual method, as it pertains to the origin of life and the origin of the cosmos and the universe, the spiritual method is we don't know. We don't know. That is the spiritual method. And the spirit.
Nope.
I don't know. It's
method
not a
is
method,
I don't know.
Dumbass.
I have a method. My method is I don't know. I'm going to walk through the door and I'm going to say, I don't know.
That's the best you could come with is I don't know.
When I come home in the morning and you ask me how I feel, I'm going to say, I don't
know.
What's the saying? I don't know. What do we believe in?
I'm going to reach to the job. My boss going to ask me if I finish the work. I'm going to say, I don't know.
Damn. It went from science and spirituality to damn rice to now, I don't know, man.
Humna over the rice. I got a grain of rice and I'm going to do the humna. And then it's going to turn into 6 grains of rice. You know why it turned into 6 grains of rice? Because 6 is the number of man. 666. Humna some more. I'm going to get me some 12 grain rice. If you ask me what my methodology, I'm going to say, I don't know.
Hey, Sunchild, man, can you try something different, yo?
Just
please,
don't. Come on, y'all start off killing yourself.
Yeah, I don't
say something that makes sense.
I say explain the method. You say you don't know. That proves
that's
out.
Not a method. This is madness. This is madness.
Right. Well, you know
You said it. You said at my own risk, I'm gonna try it. I had no idea.
I don't know. I
Well,
don't know. Ask
right.
me any question, I'ma say I don't know.
That's spiritual
I don't
I'ma
method.
know.
argue with you to life, but I
I
don't
don't
know.
How
know.
did man make it there? I don't know.
I don't know.
How
Yeah,
did the plants grow?
yeah,
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
don't know. Wow.
Can humans die?
Well,
I don't know.
I
Hey,
don't
hey,
know.
Did Jesus
Sunchild, you
Christ
really
die for your
believe that?
sins? I don't know.
I don't know.
Man, you
You
weird.
really
All right, go
yeah.
believe
ahead,
that,
yo. Go
Well,
ahead.
Sunchild?
Sunchild, go ahead, man. Spiritual method.
well, what I said was with regards to the origin of life and the origin of the universe. I didn't say anything else that I
I
would say
don't
That's not. No,
other
know.
that's not. That's
but
not
on
what you
those
said.
two
That's not what you
things,
said. You
that
You
said
is
said your
exactly what I
spiritual
said.
methodology
method. You said
is
the
Yes,
I
I said
spiritual
my
don't
method. I'm not
know.
method.
letting you get
I
off of
said the
that.
spirit. I said the spiritual methodology as it pertains to the origin of
Is
life
I
and the
That's
don't
origin of the
know.
universe,
that's not what you said.
which yes, that's exactly what I said. Which science doesn't even know. Science only pretends to know the
Oh,
origin of
no, no,
life
no, no,
and the
no, no.
No,
origin of the
no,
We
no,
didn't
universe.
no,
ask you
no.
anything about science. No, no. We don't
Right.
want to hear those words
But
coming out of
okay,
your mouth.
then
We
let me
want to
finish
hear
my
your
let me finish.
spirituality.
Right. The spiritual method to the origin of life and the origin of the universe is we don't know. And what we don't know with regards to
Stop.
the origin of
Stop.
life, hold on, let me finish.
How
What we
can
don't
I
know with
don't know
regards,
be a
please let me
Hold
finish.
on,
methodology?
Cedric.
Do
Hold on,
you
Cedric.
May you
understand?
please
Do you
Let
may
him
you please
finish.
understand that
allow me to finish? May you please
Let him
allow me
finish
to
finish.
finish?
what
Let him
though?
finish.
Please
What are you
allow me to
trying to
finish.
finish?
Please allow me to finish.
Good. Let him
I
finish.
don't know is a
Please allow
conclusion to a
me to
statement
finish.
or a question.
Please
It is not
allow
a
me to finish.
methodology.
Please allow me to finish. Well, in that case, then the question is flawed as far as a spiritual methodology, because you cannot have spiritual methodologies. The spirit in itself deals with the unknown. So a spiritual methodology can only be we don't know, because that's what we're dealing with, the unknown. And the things that are unknown, what spiritualists do is they create mythology in order to relate to the universe and the origin of life, and that becomes a part of their methodology, is mythology and ways to relate to the universe and to the higher consciousness that we believe in.
Can
So
I
that's
ask you
what
a very
spiritually and
fundamental
the
Say
philosophical
methodology
what?
when
question?
it comes to
What did he
If it
say?
is unknown,
You just spoke for
how
3
can
minutes
you
and
talk
Cedric.
about anything that is unknown?
What are you talking about,
No,
man?
but forget that, Cedric. How can you have something to live by and I don't know and everything is I don't know? You can't live by myth. You can't live by you do
No, the
understand
myth
that,
try
right?
to explain it. Yo,
No,
wait a minute. We all know. Hold on,
actually, that's not
Sunchild.
true. People
Sunchild.
have been living by
Yeah,
myths since the
Sunchild.
beginning of time.
Sunchild. Sunchild.
Oh
You
wow.
right.
Yeah.
You right.
Okay.
But Sunchild,
You got it. You got it,
religion
champ.
claims to know how the world came to be, bro.
Well,
Right?
not
Right? Right?
well.
In
If you
the
are
beginning,
not
God created
all
the heavens and the
religion,
earth.
not all
The earth was
religion.
all form and was void.
No, not
Boho
all
and Toho.
religion.
That's the Hebrew words. So it's
Not
saying that all creation myths claim to know.
That's how
not
you
all
have a
religion.
Yes.
cosmology story. They claim to
In the
understand, they
beginning,
claim
listen.
to know.
In the
No,
beginning, yo. How did the
no.
world come about? In the beginning, it was God, yo.
No, well, what you're doing is you're equating spirituality and all spiritual methods to the Christian belief, and that's
Okay,
that you
so
can't
give me
do
an
that.
African
And
creation story.
even let me finish. And even within the
No,
Christian
man, don't make me
methodology,
get you
you
there.
have,
Hold on.
and
Mm-mm.
even within the Christian perspective, there are people who take the creation myth literally, and there are those who take it as an allegory. And again, it can be seen as myth and a way to understand the creation. Not all Christians take the creation story literally. They don't. Some Christians don't take anything in the Bible literally. They understand it to be allegory. So a part of the
Oh man, all
methodology,
right,
so
I'm
a
done with
part of the
this.
spiritual methodology
Mm-mm.
is
Oh,
allegory
sir.
and
Oh, sir.
mythology.
Yeah, you got to pay this down here now, yo. You overtime it now. Now you doing too much. Yeah, you just saying any damn thing, yo. Yeah, man. You can go to Africa, yo. You can go anywhere you want, yo. When they gonna claim to know how the world came to be, yo. The
Well,
fact that you acting like that ain't it,
I'm
yo,
saying
it's
is
wild.
true. You know what I'm saying is true.
No, you're not saying what you're not saying is not true.
What'd you say?
Man, I don't even know what you're saying. Go give me an African creation story. It's not true. Any
You're
creation
not
story
even
you
listening.
name Any creation story you name on planet Earth where they was all wrong, bro. All
No,
wrong, nigga.
no, all
Yes.
most
Yes. They were
creation
all
theories.
wrong.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
I can't speak for all spiritual
I
methods,
can. All of them was wrong.
but I know of
But
spiritual
you
methods
just
where they
said you can't speak
understood.
for all spiritual methods, but then 2 minutes ago you said there's no such thing as a spiritual
Again,
method.
I
So which
am
is it?
just trying to follow the logic of your
No, which hold
statement,
on,
and
Cedric. Hold on,
again, there
Cedric. Which
is
is it?
none.
Which is it? You said it wasn't a spirit. You said it can't possibly be a spiritual method before, and now you just said you can't speak for all spiritual methods. So which one is it?
Yeah, here.
Well,
Exactly.
Go right now.
I'm on. You know,
And how do you speak? How
It's
do
time
you
to
make
read.
any claim about
God a
something
plan.
that you claim to be unknown?
God a plan. Here you
If
go.
it's
Listen,
unknown,
creation
how do
myths.
you come up with any claim about it if it is unknown? That statement in itself, I can't get past how dumb that is. Excuse me, how flawed that reasoning is.
Okay. Well,
The
do you
creation
agree?
myth. Hold on, bro. The creation myth is a cultural, religious, or traditional myth which describes the earliest beginnings of the present world. Creation myths
It said
are
myth, right? It says myth.
creation myth.
That's
No,
what I
they
said.
call it
Myth.
a myth. The people of the time didn't call it a myth. The creation myths are the most common form of myth, usually developing first in oral traditions and are found throughout human culture. A creation myth is usually regarded by those who describe to it as conveying profound truths, though not necessarily in a historical or literal sense. Just diffuse everything you just said. They are
No, that
commonly
said
thought, not
exactly what I said.
always
It said
considered,
it's not profound
cosmological
truth or
myths.
literal.
That is, they describe the ordering of the cosmos from a state of chaos to anamorphousness.
Did it say it's not literal?
No, it said people. No, it didn't say that.
Read
With
it
it right
again.
here, it says, "Constraint." It say though not necessarily in historical or literal sense.
Thank
Not
you. That's what I
necessarily.
said.
No,
Yes, that's
man. No, it
exactly what
say.
I
Do you
said.
know what the word "not necessarily" mean?
Let's not play with words.
No, we
Let's not
not. We
play with
know it.
words. We
It's
Are
know
you
what
look,
it
telling
means.
us not to play with
It's
words?
not literal, and
dude.
it's
We not,
not.
dude. No, we not. No, no. We're gonna comprehend this sentence, bro. Else we're gonna just cut the show. We're not gonna do this, right? It says it. It says creation myths is usually regarded by those who subscribe, meaning those that believe in it, to it as conveying profound truths. Stop, comma. Understand this sentence first. Creation myths are usually, meaning usually, not all the time, but usually regarded by those who subscribe, those who believe in it, subscribe to it as conveying. You're putting out an idea. You're trying to convey an idea, understanding of it. Profound truth. Okay? It's a though. And then you get the word though. Not necessarily, meaning not necessarily. Right? You know what that means? Not necessarily that they are
Yes, I
in
know
this
exactly
profound
what that
truth.
means, and
Not
that's what I said.
necessarily conveying profound truth. Not necessarily.
Right. That's what I said.
And look, in a historical or literal sense, bro. It
Not
said
necessarily in historically or literally. That's what I
fine.
said.
Not
It's
necessarily.
allegorically.
So we
Right. It's
understand it. So
allegorically.
what you said was you actually spoke and you were saying that no, that's not what they mean. Nope, it could be and it could not be. Some people take it as that and some people don't. That's what that means. So now let's
Well,
come
that's
to
what it
Africa.
says.
Let's come to
Well, that's
Africa. Tired of playing with you. Let's go to Africa. We're going to Africa. We're going right to your homeland. That's what we're going at. We're going to Africa. North
yeah.
America. Where the hell is Africa? Europe. Oh, they racist. Where's that? India, East Asia, Mid America, man. Africa. The hell with the Egyptians. I'm tired of them. Bushmen. Yeah, I want them. You want the Bushmen? Which one you get to pick? Manday. Where you want? Let's do this.
Listen, you've already read what I said, so you don't have to go any further.
No.
It
What
says
you
it's not
said was
necessarily literal, or it says
okay.
first. It says
So what
it's
does
a
not necessarily literal do you mean?
It means it doesn't have to be literal or historical.
We agree. So what's the
Right.
point now? Because you didn't say that. What you
Right.
said was that absolutely they
No,
didn't think it was true. And I say, well, yeah, a lot of people did think they was true. Most people did think that
no,
though.
no. I'm pretty sure I said even in the Christian
So,
mythology,
okay,
some
so
believe
you
it's
said
literal
that. Some
and
believe
some
it
believe
and
it's
some don't.
not,
Okay.
and some
So
don't.
now that we've
That
got that
means not
squared away. Hold on,
necessarily.
we've got that squared away. Now, how does that help your position? Because I said that all the creation stories was wrong. That's what I said. That was my
Right.
stance.
Well,
None of them got it right. None of them got the understanding of how the world came to be, bro. Until science.
well,
None
well.
of them
That's
knew
the
where humans
thing.
came from, bro, until science. They
Listen.
all got it wrong. They thought they came from their little Trio River where they was at, or popped out the
Well,
sky. They didn't know it
brother
was
Ankh.
Africa. Nobody knew. They didn't even know about Africa.
Well, brother Ankh, when you're dealing with mythology and allegories, there's no right or wrong. There's just stories to help you understand. It's not about being right or wrong.
I'm
It's not
saying they
science.
didn't do a good job of it. They did not do a good job of helping us understand how life came to be on planet Earth, or how the planet was. No, they didn't. They was wrong in that assessment. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They was wrong.
No, there's no right or wrong with
Man, it is a right and
myth
wrong.
and
Again, the Earth
allegory.
ain't flat. It's wrong to say the Earth is flat. So
It's
if you got the
just a
creation story
story.
saying the Earth is flat, then you're wrong, bro.
Well, science said the Earth was flat.
Science never said that.
Bro, did you just say science said the Earth was flat?
Science never said that?
Man.
Listen here, American Dream. Log off of YouTube.
Science never said that?
Man, I'm pretty sure it was people that tried to fight that, but okay. Pretty sure.
Sunchild, do you understand how science works?
Man.
I'm asking you, are you telling me science?
No. I'm asking you a question. You do understand that in science, anybody could write anything, but you know it works off consensus, correct?
Sure.
So then a scientist saying that the Earth is flat, you would understand that he would be in the minority and we are going with the consensus, correct?
Well, you just said science never said it, so which is it? Did they say it or not?
Okay, that's fine. Answer my question. I said science never said it. I'm saying a scientist may have said it. I'm saying science never said it. I'm using exact English. Science has never, there's been nothing in science that has proven that the Earth is flat. A scientist, a scientist may have wrote a paper, a scientist may have said it, but science doesn't say that the Earth is flat. Do you understand the difference?
I understand that science doesn't say anything. Scientists say everything.
God.
Science doesn't say anything.
So
science
what is the spiritual? Why am I talking to you? My fault.
Science is a social construct.
Huh? What?
So you're just saying anything at this point?
Yeah, he's saying, yeah, we done. Yeah, you ran this up. Hey, man, look, hit that Cash App, man. If y'all want to hear the show a little bit longer, man, or y'all just fed up.
We
hit
need
the Cash App, show some love, man.
With new material. Because his material is getting bad.
Yeah, at this point, my brother is exercising yet more fallacies. He's moving the goalposts. Now we are in the realm of science being a social construct.
Yeah, it's social. Now science is a social construct. I ain't never heard that.
When again, I'm going to illustrate, he has no idea what epistemology is and what that means. So if you even consider science to be a social construct, if you by making that statement, again, only your incredulity is on display. Right? I'm using the eloquence of language that you're here displaying. However, there is content to what I'm saying. When I use these words, they have substance. And you're illustrating the lack of said substance because I'm illustrating before you say it, your ignorance.
Y'all say we tweaking. Yeah, you might be right, though. Hold on, stop. You might be right that now that I'm thinking about it, you might be right that they did think the Earth was flat. A lot of people did think they was flat
at one point.
Yeah,
we're talking about today.
Yeah,
we're talking about today.
I'm also right that science is a social construct.
Stop. So I'm agreeing with you. All right, you get a point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you down. We was 100-1. Stand and fight long enough, they're gonna brush.
So Sunchild, you believe? So you just went to Galileo and stopped?
No, but Galileo. Remember prior to Galileo, and Copernicus. It's really Copernicus, right?
Copernicus, yeah.
What they was doing was humans, we human centric. Like when people study Egypt, they temple centric. They don't care about nothing else but the temples and the deities, and they forget about there's a whole population of human beings that don't even live nowhere near none of that. They don't forget that. Humans forget that there's a whole universe and they make it about them. So yes, they did think that the sun traveled around the earth. And they probably did think based off of using their senses, right? And not math, thought that the earth was flat. Because yes, when you go outside, the earth pretty much look like you can't see the size and shape of the earth. Your senses have not developed to do that. You need tools to tell you the size and shape of the earth. You're just not gonna sit there and say, "Hey, the Earth is sun." No, you need to be able to measure that, and the science is called geodesy. Geodesy. Right.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot of things we thought, right, and there's gonna be a lot of things that we thought, and then based off the Hubble telescope, there are more things that we realized we didn't know.
Indeed.
And that's the nature of science, though, Sunchild. I can't allow you to take the nature of science. Science does not work in absolutes, first of all. That's something you got to get, bro.
Can I read something to you?
Depending on what it is.
Well, you said science is not a social construct. So listen to this. In its simplest form, the social construction of science means that there is no direct link between nature and our ideas about nature. The products of science are not themselves natural. That's from the social construction of science in sociology, iResearchNet, if you want to Google it.
No, so
But
you saying
science
that
is a
human
social
beings created science?
construct.
That's what you basically saying?
Yeah.
Hold on, you saying that human beings?
Yeah,
from that
social.
perspective, yeah, human beings make science like they make
Yeah,
religion. I agree.
mathematics is a social construct. Science is a social
You're
construct.
saying
Race is a social construct.
wait. Whoa.
There are things that are human ideas, but they are useful.
You're doing something. I can't tell what you're doing right now. You're doing something. Yeah, like race is a social construct.
Yeah, the same way race is a social construct,
Yeah,
but there's truth to it. But there's some
scientifically
truth to
verify
it.
that though. But the reason
But
it's a social
listen,
construct because it's based off of where you at. Science ain't
no,
based
no,
off where you at. Science, I don't know what you're doing. You're doing something right now.
no,
Something you
no.
playing.
If you'll hear me
You're
out,
playing. Yeah, you
if
playing.
you'll hear me out,
Yeah, let me
if
hear
you'll
you out
just hear
because
me
you're
out.
doing something right now. I don't know how we got here, but there's something you're doing. Morpheus, what is this man doing? Somebody's doing something.
I said he's the expert in moving the goalposts.
Wait. So spirituality is not a social construct?
Yeah, perhaps it is.
Did
Perhaps
you
it
just
is.
say perhaps it is?
Yeah. Perhaps it is.
Perhaps.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Perhaps that black
Say
hole
what?
got him. Perhaps.
Thank you. Unc.
Did he just say perhaps?
Perhaps.
Maybe it could possibly be, but science absolutely is. So we agree that science is a human endeavor, religion is a human endeavor, but science is created by humans. It's universal thing. Science wasn't created by one group of people. It's actually a human endeavor where humans across the board have added to. Just look at the history of science. You can read it. Not one person. There's different groups add ideas to this body of knowledge, which allows us to get to different steps. We've seen all this actually culminate in the way they fought the pandemic, because scientists in China could connect to scientists around the world, right? And when they had mapped out the genome, they immediately sent it out to all the scientists, and they was on the case. So now it wasn't just you gotta wait to hear what it was 30 years later. Now in real time, right? That's why we was able to develop vaccines so fast. It's a lot of pieces to this puzzle here, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate everybody, man, that came on the show, man. Show some love, man. You know you hit the Cash App coming in and hit it coming out. We just appreciate all that. It was a long conversation, longer than I ever wanted to do, but I did it. So we appreciate everybody coming through, man. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know how we do this, man. We do it at the highest levels, man. We enjoy these conversations, man. Yeah, Sunchild, man, you got some read, man. You got the website, it's all in there, man. You got some books. Go back and listen to the show, man. And man, you probably gotta get that together, yo. You know what I'm saying, yo? I probably would.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Peace.
You want to keep the good content going. Finish it up with DQ, man. Cool it down. Cool the temperature down a little bit, man. Something for the people, man. Man, hit that like button and subscribe, man. You listen to the Community Skeptics, man. Like and subscribe to the Pseudo Killers, man.
Subscribe, like, share. Subscribe to the Pseudo Killers.
Appreciate the Pseudo Killer Army. Appreciate the Pseudo Killer Army, man.
Shout out to the chat. Peace, brother Brass.
Appreciate the foes. Appreciate everybody, man. Y'all know how we doing it, man. Chill this shit down, yo. We was hype all day. Y'all, check this out, man. Them pseudos need to upgrade, yo. Trust me when I tell you. Update, upgrade.
I'll probably be in a toxic relationship. You on top of me. If the topic is truly timeless, the conversation should be how I'm and regaining my peace. Shout out to my Virgo women cooking the feast. Got a Pisces, stay in the hood. That girl a freak. Can't lie, certain Geminis ain't for me, but it's on key. Cause certain upgrades cost a fee. Yeah, so we can slide and glide. I know you want it. Known to provide the vibes. The moment. Hit the clubhouse, then clubhouse to the morning. Fall in love with the mind, the body is just a bonus. Careful with what I'm searching. Siri be taking notice. All the pictures I'm liking. Algorithm is golden. Melanated the lightness. All these women get chosen. Hershey kiss to the forehead. Yeah. Tap, tap, tap on your touch screen. Every single day, the same routine. You click refresh once again, and I got the same thing. Tried everything I could do. At this point, I have no clue. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade, an upgrade. A model much better than you. Yeah, shiny and new. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade, an upgrade. A model much better than you. Yeah, shiny and new. I gotta tell myself the truth. I just need an upgrade. Y'all pull down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade. Y'all pull down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade. Y'all pull down, need an upgrade. Swipe left, update, need an upgrade. Y'all pull down, need an upgrade. Need an upgrade.
Man. Appreciate y'all listening to the Afternoon Glide, man. I'm your host, God Killer, aka Bobby Banger, man. Appreciate everybody coming through, man. We enjoyed the show. Slow it down, man. Get y'all upgrade, man, by tuning into the Community Skeptics, man. We on the case, man. We staying there, man. We got the Pseudo Killers kick door policy. We kicking them doors in, man. We ain't playing. Appreciate everybody, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Make sure you hit that Cash App. Hit that Cash App coming in and coming out, man. If you enjoyed the programming, man. We're going to change the title of the show. We're going to call it The Disrespect of Evolution. The Disrespect of Knowledge and Wisdom. Man, look, we be back on late on in the day, man. We definitely coming back, man. So y'all ain't got to start running over there and messing with the wild haters. Give y'all more content, man. Kick back, man. Love everybody, man. Appreciate you, man. A lot of stars came out tonight, man. We see you, Gemini. We see you, Mr. Metro. Sunchild. We see you. Miss Tiff. Pseudo Killer Official. We see you. Mo 8825. We see you. Joe Armstrong. We see you. Like to give respect to everybody that hit them cash apps, man. That's some love, man. That shows y'all not just talking the talk, man. Y'all walking the walk, man. We always appreciate that. That's very, very important. Mr. Price, appreciate you. Guaranteed to appreciate you. Sakina Ra, appreciate you. Morris, we appreciate you. Hampton, we appreciate you. Torch, we appreciate you. Appreciate everybody, man. The attitude of community skeptics today, man. And with that, man, we out.